Understanding memory, how it works. Memory is a fundamental aspect of human cognition. Our ability to store, retain, and later retrieve information is essential for learning, decision-making, and personal identity. To improve memory effectively, it's crucial first to understand the underlying mechanisms of how memory works. What is memory? Memory can be broadly defined as the process by which information is encoded, stored, and retrieved. Baddeley, 2013. It is not a singular faculty, but rather a complex system involving multiple processes and brain regions. Without memory, our experiences would be isolated moments, and we would be unable to learn from the past or plan for the future. The three key processes of memory. 1. Encoding. This is the first step where sensory input is transformed into a form that the brain can process and store. Encoding involves attention and perception. Only information that we attend to can be encoded effectively. 2. Storage. Once information is encoded, it must be maintained over time. Storage involves creating a lasting trace of the information in the brain. This can range from fleeting sensory memory to more stable long-term memories. 3. Retrieval. The final step is accessing stored information when needed. Retrieval can be intentional recall or triggered by cues recognition. Types of memory. Memory is not a single entity, but consists of different types, often categorized by duration and function. Sensory memory lasts milliseconds to seconds, briefly holds. Sensory information, iconic for visual, echoic for auditory. Sperling, 1960. Short-term memory, STM, working memory, lasts about 20 to 30 seconds without rehearsal. Limited capacity, around 7 plus or minus 2 items. Working memory is the active manipulation of information in the short term. Long-term memory, LTM, can last from minutes to a lifetime. Virtually unlimited capacity. O explicit, declarative. Memory, conscious memories such as facts, semantic memory, and personal experiences, episodic memory. Implicit, non-declarative. Memory, unconscious memories like skills, procedural memory, and conditioned responses. How the brain stores memories. Memory formation involves several brain structures working in concert. Hippocampus, crucial for forming new explicit memories, and consolidating them from short-term to long-term storage. Amygdala, processes emotional memories, enhancing retention for emotionally charged events. Prefrontal cortex, involved in working memory and organizing. Information for retrieval. Cerebellum and basal ganglia, important for procedural and motor memories. Doyon et al., 2009. Memory formation and consolidation. When we experience something new, the hippocampus helps encode the memory by creating neural connections. These connections are initially fragile and require consolidation, a process that stabilizes memories over hours to days, often during sleep. Walker and Stickgold, 2004. Consolidation transfers memories from the hippocampus to distributed areas in the cortex for long-term storage. Factors affecting memory. encoding and retrieval. Attention. Divided or distracted attention impairs encoding, Chun and Turk Brown, 2007. Depth of processing. Deeper semantic processing leads to better retention than shallow sensory processing, Craik and Tulving, 1975. Emotion. Emotionally charged events are remembered better due to amygdala involvement, Cahill and McGaw, 1998. Context and state-dependent memory. Memory retrieval is enhanced when the retrieval context matches the encoding context. Godden and Baddeley, 1975. Why memories fade. Forgetting mechanisms. Forgetting is a natural part of memory function, allowing the brain to discard irrelevant information. Decay theory. Memories fade over time without rehearsal. Interference. Theory. Other memories interfere with retrieval, either retroactively or proactively. McGeoch, 1932. Retrieval failure. Sometimes memories exist but cannot be accessed due to insufficient cues. Tulving and Thompson, 1973. Memory is a dynamic, multi-stage process involving encoding, storage, and retrieval. Different types of memory serve different functions and involve various brain regions. Understanding these basics helps frame effective strategies to enhance memory. References. Baddeley, A. 2013. Essentials of Human Memory. Psychology Press. Baddeley, A.D. and Hitch. G.J. 1974. Working Memory. In Psychology of Learning and Motivation, Volume 8, pages 47 to 89. Academic Press. Cahill, L. and McGaw, J.L. 1998. Mechanisms of Emotional Arousal and Lasting Declarative Memory. Trends in Neurosciences, 21, 7, 294 to 299. Chun, M.M. and Turk Brown, N.B. 2007. Interactions between. Attention and Memory. Current Opinion in Neurobiology, 17.2, 177 to 184. Craik, F.Y. and Lockhart, R.S. 1972. Levels of Processing. A. Framework for Memory Research. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 11.6, 600, 71 to 684. Craik, F.I. and Tulving, E. 1975. Depth of Processing and the Retention of Words in Episodic Memory. Journal of Experimental Psychology, General, 104, 3, 268. Doyon, J. et al. 2009. Contributions of the basal ganglia and functionally related brain structures to motor learning. Behavioral Brain Research, 199, 1, 61 to 75. Goldmanrakic, P.S., 1995. Cellular Basis of Working Memory. Neuron, 14.3, 477 to 485. Godden, D.R. and Baddeley, A.D., 1975. Context-dependent memory in two natural environments, on land and underwater. British Journal of Psychology, 66, 3, 325 to 331. McGeoch, J.A., 1932. Forgetting and the Law of Disuse, Psychological Review, 39 4 352 to 370. McGaw, J.L., 2004. The amygdala modulates the consolidation of memories of emotionally arousing experiences. Annual Review of Neuroscience, 27 1 to 28. Miller, G.A., 1956. The magical number 7, plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63 2 81. Scoville, W.B., and Milner, B., 1957. Loss of recent memory after. Bilateral hippocampal lesions. Journal of Neurology, Neurosurgery and Psychiatry, 21 11 to 21. Sperling, G., 1960. The information available in brief visual. Presentations, Psychological Monographs, General and Applied, 7411, 1. Tulving, E., and Thompson, D.M., 1973. Encoding Specificity and Retrieval Processes in Episodic Memory, Psychological Review, 80 5 352. Walker, M.P., and Stickgold, R., 2004. Sleep-Dependent Learning and Memory Consolidation. Neuron, 44. 1. 121 to 133. The different types of memory. Memory is not a single uniform system, but a multifaceted collection of processes and types, each serving distinct roles in how we encode, store, and retrieve information. Understanding the different types of memory is essential to tailor strategies that enhance specific memory functions. Overview of memory classification. Memory can be classified in various ways, but a common approach divides memory by duration and by conscious awareness. By duration, sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. By awareness, explicit declarative memory and implicit non-declarative memory. Each type involves different brain regions and cognitive processes, and they interact continuously. Sensory memory, the first stage. Sensory memory holds incoming sensory information for a very brief time, usually milliseconds to a few seconds, allowing the brain to process and decide if it warrants further attention. Sperling, 1960. Iconic memory. Visual sensory memory that lasts about 250 milliseconds. Echoic memory. Auditory sensory memory lasting 2 to 4 seconds. Haptic memory, related to touch, lasts about 2 seconds. Sensory memory acts as a buffer, briefly preserving raw input for conscious processing. Short-term memory, STM, and working memory. Short-term memory, Bunty ST. M refers to the temporary storage of information held for seconds to minutes without rehearsal. It has a limited capacity, famously, described as 7 plus or minus 2 items by Miller, 1956. For example, recalling a phone number long enough to dial it. Working memory. Working memory extends the concept of STM by including the active manipulation of information. proposed by Baddeley and Hitch, 1974, it consists of multiple components. Phonological loop holds verbal and auditory information. Visuospatial sketchpad stores visual and spatial data. Central executive directs attention and coordinates information. Episodic buffer added later. Integrates information across modalities and links to long-term memory. Baddeley, 2000. Working memory is crucial for problem solving, reasoning, and planning. Long-term memory, LTM. Long-term memory stores information for extended periods, from hours to a lifetime. It is vast in capacity and categorized into explicit and implicit memory. Explicit, declarative memory. Explicit memory involves conscious recall of facts and experiences. Semantic memory, general knowledge about the world, concepts, and facts. For example, knowing that Paris is the capital of France, Tulving, 1972. Episodic memory, personal experiences situated in time and place, such as recalling your last birthday, Tulving, 1983. These memories rely heavily on the hippocampus and medial temporal lobes for formation and consolidation. Squire, 1992. Implicit, non-declarative memory. Implicit memory operates unconsciously, influencing behaviors without intentional recall. Procedural memory, skills and habits such as riding a bike or typing. Cohen and Squire, 1980. Priming, exposure to a stimulus influences response to a later. Stimulus. Conditioning, learned associations such as Pavlovian responses. These memories involve brain areas like the basal ganglia, cerebellum, and amygdala. Other memory classifications. Prospective memory. The ability to remember to perform an intended action in the future. Einstein and McDaniel, 1990. For example, remembering to take medicine at a specific time. Autobiographical memory. A complex type of episodic memory involving recollection of personal life events, blending emotional and factual content. Conway and Playdell-Pierce, 2000. Emotional memory. Closely linked with the amygdala, emotional memories can be more vivid and persistent. McGaw, 2004. Brain areas involved in different types of memory. Hippocampus, critical for explicit memory formation, Scoville and Milner, 1957. Prefrontal cortex, working memory and retrieval processes. Goldman-Rakic, 1995. Basal ganglia and cerebellum, procedural memory and motor skills. Doyon et al., 2009. Amygdala, emotional memory processing. Phelps and Ledoux, 2005. Practical implications. Understanding these types enables targeted memory improvement. For example, enhancing working memory can boost reasoning and problem solving. Strengthening episodic memory helps with learning and personal. Recall Practicing skills enhances procedural memory through repetition. Memory consists of multiple systems that handle different types of information for varying lengths of time. Sensory memory filters input, short-term / working memory processes, and manipulates information briefly. And long-term memory stores facts, experiences, and skills with conscious or unconscious awareness. References: Baddeley, A. 2000. The Episodic Buffer, a New Component of Working Memory. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 411, 417-423. Baddeley, A.D. and Hitch, G.J., 1974. Working Memory. In G. H. Bauer, ed., The Psychology of Learning and Motivation, Volume 8, pages 47-89. Academic Press. Cohen, N.J., and Squire, L.R., 1980. Preserved Learning and Retention of Pattern Analyzing Skill in Amnesia. Dissociation of Knowing How and Knowing That. Science, 210, 4466, 207-210. Conway, M.A., and Playdell-Pierce, C.W., 2000. The Construction of Autobiographical Memories in the Self-Memory System. Psychological Review, 107, 2, 261-288. Doyon, J. et al. 2009. Contributions of the basal ganglia and functionally related brain structures to motor learning. Behavioral Brain Research, 199, 1, 61-75. Einstein, G.O., and McDaniel, M.A. 1990. Normal Aging and Prospective Memory. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, 164-717. Goldman-Rakich, P.S., 1995. Cellular Basis of Working Memory. Neuron, 14.3, 477-485. McGaw, J.L., 2004. The amygdala modulates the consolidation of memories of emotionally arousing experiences. Annual Review of Neuroscience, 27, 1-28. Miller, G.A., 1956. The magical number 7 plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63-81-97. Phelps, E.A., and Ledoux, J.E., 2005. Contributions of the amygdala to emotion processing, from animal models to human behavior. Neuron, 48, 175-187. Scoville, W. B., and Milner, B., 1957. Loss of recent memory after bilateral hippocampal lesions. Journal of Neurology, Neurosurgery, and Psychiatry, 21, 11-21. Sperling, G., 1960. The information available in brief visual. Presentations, psychological monographs. General and Applied, 7411, 1-29. Squire, L.R., 1992. Memory and the Hippocampus, a synthesis from findings with rats, monkeys, and humans. Psychological Review, 99, 195-231. Tulving, E., 1972. Episodic and Semantic Memory. In E. Tulving and W. Donaldson, eds. Organization of Memory, pages. 381-403. Academic Press. Tulving, E., 1983. Elements of Episodic Memory. Oxford University. Press. Common causes of memory decline. Memory decline is a natural concern as people age, but it can also affect younger individuals due to a variety of factors. Understanding the common causes of memory decline is essential for prevention, early detection, and effective intervention. Aging and memory decline. Aging is one of the most well-known contributors to memory decline. While some degree of memory change is normal with aging, significant impairments are not inevitable. Normal age-related changes. Older adults often experience slower processing speed, reduced working memory capacity, and difficulties with episodic memory. Park and Reuter-Lorenz, 2009. However, semantic memory, general knowledge, typically remains stable or may even improve with age. Nielsen, 2003. Neurobiological changes. Aging causes shrinkage in brain regions vital for memory, including the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. Raz et al., 2005. There is also reduced synaptic plasticity and neurotransmitter function, e.g., acetylcholine, that affects memory formation. Bartus et al., 1982. Neurodegenerative diseases. Certain diseases cause pathological memory decline, most notably Alzheimer's disease, AD, the most common form of dementia, characterized by progressive memory loss and cognitive decline. Alzheimer's Association, 2023. Hallmarks include amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles in the brain, particularly damaging the hippocampus. Selko, 2001. Early symptoms typically involve episodic memory deficits, followed by widespread cognitive impairments. Jack et al., 2013. Other dementias. Vascular dementia, memory loss due to cerebrovascular damage. O'Brien and Thomas, 2015. Lewy body dementia. Memory decline accompanied by visual hallucinations and motor symptoms. McKeith et al., 2017. Frontotemporal dementia. Often presents with behavioral changes and language difficulties alongside memory issues. Raskovsky et al., 2011. Stress and mental health disorders. Chronic stress and mental health disorders can significantly impair memory. Chronic stress. Elevated cortisol levels can damage the hippocampus and impair memory encoding and retrieval. Lupien et al., 2009. Depression. Associated with impaired concentration and memory, often reversible with treatment. Burt et al., 1995. Anxiety. May disrupt working memory by occupying attentional. Resources with worry. Eysenck et al., 2007. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, often involves fragmented or intrusive memories with hippocampal volume reduction. Bremner, 2006. Sleep disorders and memory. Quality sleep is critical for memory consolidation. Walker, 2009. Sleep deprivation. Even short-term lack of sleep impairs attention. and memory encoding, Drummond et al., 2000. Sleep apnea causes intermittent hypoxia and fragmented sleep, leading to memory and cognitive deficits, Beebe and Ghazal, 2002. Insomnia. Chronic insomnia is linked to impaired working and episodic memory, Fortier-Brochu et al., 2012. Lifestyle factors. Certain lifestyle factors contribute to memory decline but are modifiable. Poor nutrition, deficiencies in vitamins, B12, D and omega-3 fatty. Acids impair cognitive function, Smith and Blumenthal, 2016. Physical inactivity. Sedentary lifestyle correlates with reduced hippocampal volume and memory decline, Erickson et al., 2011. Substance abuse. Alcohol abuse causes neurotoxicity and memory. Impairments. Oscar Berman and Marinkovich, 2007. Other drugs, including benzodiazepines and some prescription medications, can also impair memory, Barker et al., 2004. Smoking. Nicotine and other chemicals reduce cerebral blood flow and increase oxidative stress, negatively affecting memory, Durazzo et al., 2010. Medical conditions. Various medical issues contribute to memory problems. Cardiovascular disease. Poor heart health reduces blood flow to the brain, increasing risk of vascular cognitive impairment, Gorelick et al. Embola, 2011. Diabetes, associated with insulin resistance in the brain and an increased risk of dementia, Bessels et al., 2006. Thyroid disorders. Hypothyroidism causes reversible memory. Problems, Baxter et al., 2012. Head injuries. Traumatic brain injury, TBI, can cause acute and chronic memory impairments depending on severity, Rabinowitz and Levin, 2014. Medications and medical treatments. Certain medications can impair memory as a side effect. Anticholinergic drugs, commonly prescribed for allergies, depression and bladder problems, block acetylcholine and impair memory, Campbell et al., 2013. Sedatives and benzodiazepines cause drowsiness and memory. Lapses, Barker et al., 2004. Chemotherapy, chemobrain. Cognitive impairment, including memory difficulties, can occur after cancer treatment, Als and Saikin, 2007. Psychological and cognitive factors. Information overload. Excessive multitasking or distractions reduce attention and impair memory encoding, Ophir et al., 2009. Lack of mental stimulation, reduced cognitive engagement can lead to cognitive decline, Wilson et al., 2013. Memory decline can arise from multiple causes: normal aging, diseases, mental health, lifestyle, and medications. Understanding these factors helps identify risks and develop strategies to maintain or improve memory. References: Ailes, T.A. and Saikin, A.J., 2007. Candidate mechanisms for chemotherapy-induced cognitive changes. Nature Reviews. Cancer 7-3, 192-201. Alzheimer's Association, 2023. 2023 Alzheimer's disease facts, and figures, Alzheimer's and dementia, 1904, 1,598 to 1,695. Barker, M.J. et al., 2004. Cognitive effects of long-term benzodiazepine use, a meta-analysis. CNS drugs, 18.1, 37 to 48. Bartus, R.T. et al., 1982. The cholinergic hypothesis of geriatric. Memory dysfunction. Science, 217, 4,558, 408 to 414. Baxter, J.P. et al., 2012. Hyperthyroidism and memory impairment. A. Systematic review. Neuroendocrinology. Letters 33, 2, 127 to 134. Beebe, D.W., and Gazal, D. 2002. Obstructive sleep apnea and the prefrontal cortex towards a comprehensive model linking nocturnal, upper airway obstruction to daytime cognitive and behavioral deficits. Journal of Sleep Research, 11.1, 1 to 16. Bremner, J.D., 2006. Traumatic stress. Effects on the brain. Dialogues in Clinical Neuroscience, 8.4, 445 to 461. Burt, D.B. et al., 1995. The effects of depression on cognitive function in older adults. Psychological Medicine, 25, 4, 851 to 859. Campbell and Orr et al., 2013. Use of anticholinergic medications and cognitive impairment in the elderly. Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, 66, 7, 719 to 726. Drummond, S.P. et al., 2000. Altered brain response to verbal. Learning following sleep deprivation. Nature, 403, 6,000, 770, 655 to 657. Durazzo, T.C. et al., 2010. Smoking and cognitive function. A review. Neuropsychology Review, 22 200 to 215. Erickson, K.I. et al., 2011. Exercise training increases size of hippocampus and improves memory. Punas, 108, 7, 3017 to 3022. Eysenck, M.W. et al., 2007. Anxiety and cognitive performance. Attentional control theory. Emotion, 7, 2, 336 to 353. Gorelick, P.B. et al., 2011. Vascular contributions to cognitive. Impairment and dementia. Stroke, 42, 9, 2672 to 2713. Jack, C.R., Jr. et al., 2013. Tracking pathophysiological processes in Alzheimer's disease, an updated hypothetical model of dynamic biomarkers. Lancet Neurology, 12.2, 207 to 216. Lupien, S.J. et al., 2009. Effects of stress throughout the lifespan on the brain, behavior, and cognition. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 10.6, 434 to 445. McKeith. I.G. H. Noritayel. 2017. Diagnosis and Management of Dementia, with Lewy bodies, Neurology, 89, 1, 88 to 100, Nielsen, LG, 2003. Memory function in normal aging, Acta, Neurologica Scandinavica, 107 at 179, 7 to 13. O'Brien, J.T. and Thomas, A. 2015. Vascular Dementia, Lancet, 386 10004 1698 to 1706. Ophir, E. et al., 2009. Cognitive Control in Media Multitaskers. PNAS, 106 37 15,583 to 15,587. Oscar Berman, M. and Marinkovic, K. 2007. Alcohol, Effects on Neurobehavioral Functions and the Brain. Neuropsychology. Review 17.3, 239 to 257. Park, D.C. and Reuter Lorenz, P. 2009. The Adaptive Brain, Aging and Neurocognitive Scaffolding. Annual Review of Psychology, 60, 173 to 196. Rabinowitz, A.R. and Levine, H.S., 2014. Cognitive Sequelae of Traumatic Brain Injury. Psychiatric Clinics of North America, 37, 1, 1 to 11. Raskovsky, K. et al., 2011. Sensitivity of Revised Diagnostic Criteria for the Behavioral Variant of Frontotemporal Dementia. Brain, 134, 9, 2456 to 2477. Ras, N. et al., 2005. Regional Brain Changes in Aging Healthy Adults, General Trends, Individual Differences and Modifiers, Cerebral Cortex, 1511, 1676 to 1689. Selco, D.J., 2001. Alzheimer's Disease. Genes, Proteins, and Therapy. Physiological Reviews, 81. 2. 741 to 766. Smith, P.J. and Blumenthal, J.A., 2016. Dietary Factors and Cognitive Decline, The Journal of Nutrition, Health and Aging, 23 310 to 313. Walker, M.P., 2009. The Role of Sleep in Cognition and Emotion. Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, 1156, 168 to 197. Wilson, R.S. et al., 2013. Cognitive Activity and Risk of Alzheimer's. Disease Neurology, 81, 4, 314 to 320. The Science Behind Memory Formation. Memory formation is a complex biological process that allows the brain to encode, store, and retrieve information. This process involves intricate interactions between neurons, molecular signaling pathways, and brain structures. Understanding the science behind. How memories form provides a foundation for strategies to improve memory and treat memory-related disorders. The stages of memory formation. Memory formation is commonly divided into 3 stages: encoding, consolidation, and retrieval. Atkinson and Schifrin, 1968. 1. Encoding. Encoding is the initial perception and processing of information. During this stage, sensory input is transformed into a neural code that can be stored. Attention is crucial during encoding because it determines what information moves from sensory memory to short-term and long-term memory. Chun and Turk Brown, 2007. Different types of encoding exist: visual, acoustic, and semantic. Semantic encoding, processing meaning, typically leads to better memory retention. Craik and Tulving, 1975. 2. Consolidation. Consolidation stabilizes a memory trace after initial acquisition, transforming it from a fragile state into a more permanent form. Synaptic consolidation occurs within minutes to hours after. Learning involving changes at the synapse level. Bliss and Collingridge, 1993. Systems consolidation can take days to years, during which memories become less dependent on the hippocampus and more integrated into the neocortex. Frankland and Bontempi, 2005. Third, retrieval. Retrieval is the process of accessing stored memories when needed. Successful retrieval depends on the quality of encoding and consolidation. Memory retrieval can be recall, generating information without cues, or recognition, identifying information when presented. Tulving, 1983. Neural mechanisms of memory formation. Neurons and synapses. Memory formation occurs through changes in neurons and their connections called synapses. Long-term potentiation, LTP, is a well-studied mechanism where synaptic connections become stronger after repeated stimulation. Bliss and Lomo, 1973. LTP enhances the efficiency of synaptic transmission, supporting learning and memory. Molecular basis. Several molecules and pathways are involved in memory formation. Glutamate receptors, NMDA and AMPA receptors, play a critical role in LTP and synaptic plasticity. Malenka and Baer, 2004. Calcium signaling triggers intracellular cascades necessary for strengthening synapses. Lisman, 2017. CREB, camp response element, binding protein, is a transcription factor that promotes the expression of genes essential for long-term memory storage. Kandel, 2001. Brain structures involved. Hippocampus. The hippocampus is essential for forming new episodic and spatial memories. Scoville and Milner, 1957. It binds different sensory inputs into a coherent memory. Damage to the hippocampus impairs the ability to form new long-term memories, anterograde amnesia, but often spares older memories. Amygdala. The amygdala modulates emotional memory, enhancing the encoding and consolidation of emotionally charged events. McGaw, 2004. Prefrontal cortex. Involved in working memory and executive functions, it plays a role in organizing and retrieving memories. Goldman-Rakic, 1995. Other areas. Cerebellum and basal ganglia are important for procedural memory. And motor learning, Doyon et al., 2009. Neuroplasticity. The brain's adaptability. Memory formation exemplifies neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize synaptic connections. Plastic changes can be structural, growth of new synapses, or functional, strengthening of existing synapses. Kolb and Wishaw, 1998. Environmental enrichment and learning activities promote. Neuroplasticity, which supports memory formation, Van Praag et al., 2000. The role of sleep in memory formation. Sleep is critical for consolidating memories. During slow-wave sleep, the hippocampus replays recent experiences, reinforcing memory traces. Diekelman and Bourne, 2010. REM sleep is associated with the integration and reorganization of memories. Walker and Stickgold, 2006. Factors that influence memory formation. Attention and focus. Essential for effective encoding. Chun and Turk. Brown, 2007. Emotional state. Emotions via the amygdala can enhance memory. Encoding and consolidation. McGaw, 2004. Repetition and practice strengthens synaptic connections through LTP. Stress. Moderate stress can improve memory formation, but chronic stress impairs it by damaging the hippocampus. Lupien et al., 2009. Summary. Memory formation is a dynamic biological process involving encoding, consolidation, and retrieval. It relies on synaptic plasticity, molecular signaling, and coordinated activity among brain regions such as the hippocampus, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex. Sleep, attention, and emotional states play vital roles in optimizing memory formation. References. Atkinson, R.C., and Schifrin, R.M., 1968. Human Memory, a Proposed System and Its Control Processes. In K.W. Spence and J.T. Spence, eds. The Psychology of Learning and Motivation, Volume 2, pages 47 to 89, Academic Press. Bliss, T.V., and Collingridge, G.L., 1993. A Synaptic Model of Memory, Long-Term Potentiation in the Hippocampus. Nature, 361, 6407, 31 to 39. Bliss, T.V. and Lomo, T. 1973. Long-lasting potentiation of synaptic transmission in the dentate area of the anesthetized rabbit following stimulation of the perforant path. The Journal of Physiology, 232, 2, 331 to 356. Chun, M.M., and Turk Brown, N.B., 2007. Interactions between attention and memory. Current opinion in neurobiology, 17.2, 177 to 184. Craik, F.I., and Tulving, E., 1975. Depth of processing and the retention of words in episodic memory. Journal of Experimental Psychology, General, 104, 3, 268 to 294. Diekelman, S. and Bourne, J. 2010. The Memory Function of Sleep. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 11. 2, 114 to 126. Doyon, J. et al., 2009. Contributions of the basal ganglia and functionally related brain structures to motor learning. Behavioral Brain Research, 199, 1, 61 to 75. Frankland, P.W., and Bontempi, B., 2005. The Organization of Recent and Remote Memories. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 62, 119 to 130. Goldman-Rakic, P.S. 1995. Cellular basis of working memory. Neuron, 14.3, 477 to 485. Condell, E.R., 2001. The Molecular Biology of Memory Storage, a dialogue between genes and synapses. Science, 2, 94, 5, 544, 1030 to 1038. Kolb, B. and Wishaw. IQ, 1998. Brain Plasticity and Behavior. Annual Review of Psychology, 49, 1, 43 to 64. Lisman, J. 2017. Glutamatergic synapses are structurally and biochemically complex because of multiple plasticity processes, long-term potentiation, long-term depression, and short-term plasticity. Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, B. 372, 1715, 20160159. Lupien, S.J. et al. 2009. Effects of stress throughout the lifespan on the brain, behavior, and cognition. Nature Reviews, Neuroscience, 10.6, 434 to 445. Malenka, R.C. and Baer, M.F., 2004. LTP and LTD, An Embarrassment of Riches, Neuron, 44, 1, 5 to 21. McGaw, J.L., 2004. The amygdala modulates the consolidation of memories of emotionally arousing experiences. Annual Review of Neuroscience, 27, 1 to 28. Scoville, W.B., and Milner, B., 1957. Loss of recent memory after. Bilateral hippocampal lesions, Journal of Neurology, Neurosurgery, and Psychiatry, 21, 11 to 21. Tulving, E., 1983. Elements of Episodic Memory. Oxford University Press. Van Praag, H., Kemperman, G., and Gage, F. H. 2000. Neural. Consequences of Environmental Enrichment. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 1.3, 191 to 198. Walker, M.P. and Stickgold, R. 2006. Sleep, Memory and Plasticity. Annual Review of Psychology, 57, 139 to 166. How attention affects memory. Memory and attention are deeply intertwined cognitive functions. Attention acts as a gatekeeper for memory, determining which information is encoded, stored, and later retrieved. Without adequate attention, memory formation is often weak or incomplete. This chapter explores the mechanisms by which attention influences memory processes, highlighting the neurological, psychological, and practical aspects of this relationship. The role of attention in memory formation. Attention is the cognitive process of selectively concentrating on one aspect of the environment while ignoring others. Posner and Peterson, 1990. It acts as a filter that allows relevant information to be processed more deeply, which facilitates encoding into memory. Selective attention and encoding. Selective attention prioritizes certain stimuli, enhancing their encoding into memory. Chun and Turk-Brown, 2007. Experiments show that information presented to unattended channels is rarely encoded into long-term memory. Broadbent, 1958. Divided attention, multitasking during encoding, reduces memory performance by limiting processing capacity. Craig et al., 1996. Types of attention relevant to memory. Sustained attention. The ability to maintain focus over time is crucial for effective encoding, especially during extended learning sessions. Reduced sustained attention leads to fragmented or incomplete. Memory traces. Robertson et al. 1997. Selective attention. Focusing on specific stimuli among distractors ensures that important information is prioritized. Selective attention modulates activity in brain areas associated with memory encoding, such as the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. Chun and Turk-Brown, 2007. Divided attention. Splitting attention between tasks typically impairs memory encoding and retrieval. Craik et al., 1996. Divided attention during retrieval also impairs performance, suggesting attention is required throughout the memory process. Fernandez and Moscovich, 2000. Neural mechanisms linking attention and memory. Prefrontal cortex PFC. The PFC plays a central role in executive control of attention, regulating what information is selected for deeper processing. Miller and Cohen, 2001. It interacts with the hippocampus to facilitate encoding of attended stimuli. Weiss et al., 2018. Parietal cortex. Regions in the parietal lobe are involved in orienting spatial attention, which enhances encoding of spatial and visual memories. Corbetta and Schulman, 2002. Thalamus. Acts as a relay station and attentional filter for sensory information before it reaches the cortex, influencing which stimuli get processed for memory. Salman and Kastner, 2011. Attention and memory stages. Encoding. Attention is most critical during encoding. Information that receives focused attention is more likely to be deeply processed, increasing chances of successful consolidation. Crack and Lockhart, 1972. Consolidation. Some evidence suggests that attention-related neural activity during learning impacts memory consolidation, including sleep-dependent consolidation, Krauss et al., 2017. Retrieval. Attention also supports the effective retrieval of memories by enabling focused search through stored information. Onkafer and Wagner, 2009. Effects of attention deficits on memory. Conditions that impair attention often lead to memory problems. Attention deficit. Hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is characterized by attentional impairments that correlate with working memory deficits. Martinussen et al., 2005. Aging reduces attentional control, contributing to age-related memory decline. Ghazali et al., 2005. Traumatic brain injury, TBI, affecting frontal and parietal regions. Impairs both attention and memory. Levine et al., 2002. Practical implications. Improving memory through attention. Minimize distractions. Reducing environmental distractions enhances attentional focus and improves encoding. Studies show that background noise and multitasking degrade. Memory performance. Kane and Engel, 2002. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness meditation improves sustained attention and has been linked to better memory encoding and retrieval. Zaidan et al., 2010. Chunking and focused learning. Breaking information into smaller chunks and focusing attention on one chunk at a time optimizes memory formation. Miller, 1956. Use of cues and active engagement. Active engagement and using cues to focus attention during learning improving coding and retrieval. Craik and Lockhart, 1972. Summary. Attention acts as a fundamental gatekeeper in memory formation. By selecting and focusing cognitive resources on relevant information, attention enhances encoding, consolidation, and retrieval. Neural circuits involving the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, and parietal regions mediate this interplay. Conversely, divided or impaired attention diminishes memory performance. Strategies to improve attention can therefore directly benefit memory. References. Broadbent, D.E., 1958. Perception and Communication. Pergamon, Press. Chun, M.M., and Turk-Brown, N.B., 2007. Interactions between attention and memory. Current Opinion in Neurobiology, 17.2, 177 to 184. Corbetta, M., and Schulman, G.L., 2002. Control of Goal-Directed and Stimulus-Driven Attention in the Brain. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 3.3, 201 to 215. Craik, F.I.M., and Lockhart, R.S., 1972. Levels of Processing. A. Framework for Memory Research. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 11.6, 671 to 684. Craik, F.I.M., Governey, R., Nave or Benjamin, M., and Anderson, N.D., 1996. The Effects of Divided Attention on Encoding and Retrieval Processes in Human Memory. Journal of Experimental Psychology, General, 125, 2, 159 to 180. Fernandez, M.A., and Moscovich, M., 2000. Divided Attention and Memory, Evidence of Substantial Interference Effects at Retrieval and Encoding. Journal of Experimental Psychology, General, 129, 2, 155 to 176. Ghazali, A., Cooney, J.W., Reisman, J., and D'Esposito, M., 2005. Top-down suppression deficit underlies working memory impairment in normal aging. Nature Neuroscience, 810, 1298 to 1300. Kane, M.J., and Engel, R.W., 2002. The role of prefrontal cortex in working memory capacity, executive attention, and general fluid intelligence. An Individual Differences Perspective. Psychonomic Bulletin and Review, 9.4, 637 to 671. Krause, M. et al., 2017. Attention enhances episodic memory via beta band oscillations in the hippocampus, cerebral cortex, 2711, 5410 to 5420. Levine, B. et al., 2002. Rehabilitation of executive functioning in traumatic brain injury, neuropsychological rehabilitation, 12.4, 359 to 379. Martinussen, R., Hayden, J., Hogg-Johnson, S., and Tannock, R., 2005. A meta-analysis of working memory impairments in children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, 44, 4, 377 to 384. Miller, G.A., 1956. The magical number 7 plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63, 2, 81 to 97. Miller, E.K., and Cohen, J.D., 2001. An Integrative Theory of Prefrontal Cortex Function, Annual Review of Neuroscience, 24, 167 to 202. Posner, M.I. and Peterson, S.E., 1990. The Attention System of the Human Brain, Annual Review of Neuroscience, 13, 25 to 42. Robertson, I.H. et al. 1997. Sustained Attention. A. Neuropsychological Perspective. Neuropsychologia 3.55 4 485 do 507. Salman, Y.B. and Kastner, S. 2011. Cognitive and Perceptual Functions of the Visual Thalamus. Neuron, 71, 2, 209 to 223. Unkafer, M.R. and Wagner, A.D. 2009. Posterior parietal cortex and episodic encoding, insights from fMRI, subsequent memory effects and dual attention theory. Neurobiology of Learning and Memory, 91-2, 139 to 154. Ways, P.E. et al., 2018. The interaction between the prefrontal cortex and the hippocampus during memory encoding. Neuropsychologia, 116, 90 to 100. Zeiden, F. et al., 2010. Mindfulness meditation improves cognition. Evidence of brief mental training. Consciousness and Cognition, 19.2, 500, 97 to 605. Techniques for enhancing focus. Focus, or sustained attention, is the mental ability to concentrate on a task or information over time without becoming distracted. It is fundamental to effective learning, memory formation, and productivity. Improving focus enhances the quality of encoding and retrieval in memory, making it a crucial skill for cognitive performance. This chapter explores practical techniques and evidence-based strategies to enhance focus. Understanding focus and its challenges. Focus involves the capacity to maintain attention on relevant stimuli while suppressing distractions. Posner and Peterson, 1990. However, modern environments are filled with interruptions, digital notifications, multitasking demands, and internal distractions such as wandering thoughts that can fragment attention and reduce cognitive efficiency. Ophir et al., 2009. Techniques to enhance focus. 1. Mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness meditation trains the mind to sustain attention on the present moment, reducing mind wandering and improving cognitive control. Studies show that even brief mindfulness training, a few weeks, can increase sustained attention and working memory capacity. Zeiden et al., 2010. Jha et al., 2007. Mindfulness reduces stress, which can otherwise impair focus. And memory, Tang et al., 2015. 2. Pomodoro technique. The Pomodoro technique involves working in focused bursts, typically 25 minutes, followed by short breaks. This method leverages the brain's natural attention span and reduces fatigue. Research suggests that taking periodic breaks improves overall concentration and task performance. Origa and Liras, 2011. Third, environmental optimization. Creating a distraction-free workspace helps maintain attention. Minimizing external interruptions such as noise, notifications, and clutter enhances focus. Keller et al. 2017. Adjusting lighting and ergonomics also supports sustained mental effort. 4. Single tasking. Focusing on one task at a time. Single tasking is more effective than multitasking. Multitasking reduces working memory efficiency and degrades. Performance. Ophir et al. 2009. Prioritizing tasks and using to-do lists can help maintain clear focus on individual goals. 5. Physical exercise. Regular aerobic exercise has been linked to improvements in attention and executive function. Exercise increases blood flow to the brain and promotes neurogenesis, particularly in regions related to attention such as the prefrontal cortex. Hillman et al. 2008. Even short bouts of physical activity can boost subsequent focus. Shang et al. 2012. 6. Nutrition and hydration. Proper nutrition supports brain function, influencing focus and cognitive stamina. Foods rich in omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, and complex carbohydrates support sustained mental effort. Gomez-Pinilla, 2008. Dehydration negatively affects attention and working memory. Pross et al. 2014. 7. Sleep hygiene. Quality sleep is essential for restoring attention networks. Sleep deprivation impairs sustained attention, working memory, and overall cognitive control. Kilgore, 2010. Establishing regular sleep patterns enhances daytime focus and mental clarity. 8. Cognitive training and brain games. Targeted cognitive exercises can improve aspects of attention. Training programs focusing on selective attention and working memory have shown promise in enhancing focus. Klingberg, 2010. However, transfer effects to real-life tasks are still under investigation. Summary. Enhancing focus requires a combination of behavioral strategies and lifestyle adjustments. Mindfulness meditation, structured work intervals like the Pomodoro technique, and environmental control effectively sustain attention. Supporting factors such as physical exercise, nutrition, hydration, and sleep further optimize cognitive performance. Avoiding multitasking and engaging in cognitive training can also aid focus development. References: Origa A. and Liras A. 2011. Brief and rare mental breaks keep you focused. Deactivation and reactivation of task goals preempt vigilance decrements. Cognition 118 3 439 to 443. Chang, Y.K. et al. 2012. The effects of acute exercise on cognitive performance. a meta-analysis. Brain Research 1453 87 to 101. Gómez Pinilla, F. 2008. Brain Foods. The Effects of Nutrients on Brain. Function. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 97 5 6 8 to 578. The role of sleep in memory consolidation. Sleep is a vital biological process that profoundly impacts cognitive function, particularly memory. Far from being a passive state, sleep actively supports the consolidation of memories, transforming fragile new information into stable, long-term knowledge. This chapter explores how different stages of sleep contribute to memory consolidation, the underlying neural mechanisms, and the consequences of sleep disruption on memory performance. Understanding memory consolidation. Memory consolidation refers to the process by which newly acquired information is stabilized and integrated into existing memory networks. This process occurs over time, and sleep plays a critical role in facilitating it. Diekelman and Born, 2010. Sleep stages and their roles in memory. Sleep is composed of several stages broadly categorized into rapid eye movement, REM, sleep, and non-REM, NREM, sleep, which includes light sleep and slow-wave sleep, SWS. Slow-wave sleep, SWS, and declarative memory. Slow-wave sleep, characterized by high amplitude, low frequency. Brain waves is crucial for consolidating declarative memories, facts, and events. During SWS, the hippocampus replays patterns of neural activity associated with newly learned information, transferring them to the neocortex for long-term storage. Diekelman and Born, 2010. Experimental studies show that enhancing SWS through acoustic stimulation or pharmacological methods improves declarative memory retention. Ngo et al., 2013. REM sleep and procedural/emotional memory. REM sleep, associated with vivid dreaming and rapid eye movements, is linked to the consolidation of procedural memories, skills and habits, and emotional memories. REM sleep promotes synaptic plasticity and the integration of emotional components into memories, aiding adaptive emotional regulation. Walker and Stickgold, 2010. Neural mechanisms underlying sleep-dependent memory consolidation. Hippocampal neocortical dialogue. The hippocampus acts as a temporary store for new information, while the neocortex supports long-term memory. During SWS, hippocampal sharp-wave ripples coordinate with cortical, slow oscillations, and thalamocortical spindles, enabling the transfer and integration of memories. Buzaki, 2015. Synaptic homeostasis. Hypothesis. Sleep may serve to downscale synaptic strength globally, preserving important memories while eliminating redundant information, thus maintaining synaptic balance and cognitive efficiency. Tononi and Cirelli, 2014. Consequences of sleep deprivation on memory. Sleep deprivation impairs both encoding and consolidation of memories. Yu et al., 2007. Lack of SWS disrupts declarative memory consolidation. while REM, sleep deprivation, affects procedural and emotional memory processing. Walker and Stick-Gold, 2010. Chronic sleep loss can lead to lasting cognitive deficits, reduced hippocampal volume, and increased risk of neurodegenerative diseases. Krauss et al., 2017. Practical implications for enhancing memory through sleep. Prioritize sufficient sleep duration, 7 to 9 hours for adults, to allow. Complete cycles of NREM and REM sleep. Maintain regular sleep schedules to support circadian rhythms. Avoid stimulants and electronic devices before bedtime to enhance sleep quality. Consider naps as supplementary opportunities for memory. Consolidation, especially after learning. Mnemonic et al., 2003. Summary. Sleep is an active and essential process for memory consolidation. Different stages of sleep contribute uniquely to stabilizing and integrating new memories, with slow-wave sleep supporting declarative memory and REM sleep facilitating procedural and emotional memory. Disruption of sleep impairs memory processes, underscoring the need for healthy sleep habits to optimize cognitive function. References. Bosaki, G. 2015. Hippocampal, sharp wave ripple. A cognitive biomarker for episodic memory and planning. Hippocampus, 2510, 1073 to 1188. Dickelman, S. and Bourne, J. 2010. The Memory Function of Sleep. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 11 to 114 to 126. Krauss, A.J. et al., 2017. The Sleep-Deprived Human Brain. Nature. Reviews. Neuroscience 187, 404 to 418. Mnemonic, S.C. et al., 2003. The Restorative Effect of Naps on Perceptual Deterioration. Nature Neuroscience, 677 677 to 681. Nago, H. V. et al., 2013. Auditory closed-loop stimulation of the sleep. Slow oscillation enhances memory. Neuron. 78, 3, 545 to 553. Tononi, G. and Cirelli, C. 2014. Sleep and the Price of Plasticity. From synaptic and cellular homeostasis to memory consolidation and integration. Neuron, 81, 1, 12 to 34. Walker, MP, and Stick-Gold, R. 2010. Overnight Alchemy, Sleep. Dependent Memory Evolution. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 11.3, 218 to 224. U.S.S. et al., 2007. A deficit in the ability to form new human memories without sleep. Nature Neuroscience 10.3, 385 to 392. Nutrition and Memory. Foods that boost brain power. Nutrition plays a fundamental role in brain health and cognitive function, including memory. The brain is a metabolically demanding organ, requiring a steady supply of nutrients to maintain neural integrity, support neurotransmission, and protect against oxidative stress. This chapter examines how certain foods and nutrients influence memory, highlighting those that have been shown to boost brain power and cognitive resilience. How nutrition affects memory. The brain relies on a complex interplay of macronutrients, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and micronutrients, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, to function optimally. Poor nutrition can impair memory by reducing synaptic plasticity, increasing inflammation, and promoting oxidative damage. Gomez-Pinilla, 2008. Conversely, a diet rich in specific brain-supporting nutrients can enhance memory formation, consolidation, and retrieval by improving neuronal communication and protecting neural tissue. Key nutrients and foods that enhance memory. 1. Omega-3 fatty acids. Omega-3 fatty acids, particularly docosahexaenoic acid, DHA, are crucial components of neuronal membranes. DHA supports synaptic plasticity, neurogenesis, and anti-inflammatory pathways. Gomez-Pinilla, 2008. Studies link higher omega-3 intake with improved working memory and reduced risk of cognitive decline. Yorkomaro et al., 2010. Sources: fatty fish, salmon, mackerel, sardines, flax seeds, chia, seeds, walnuts. 2. Antioxidants and polyphenols. Oxidative stress contributes to neuronal damage and memory impairment. Antioxidants neutralize harmful free radicals. Polyphenols, found in many fruits and vegetables, improve cerebral blood flow and promote neurogenesis. Spencer, 2009. Flavonoid-rich foods have been shown to enhance verbal memory and executive function. Krikorian et al., 2010. Sources: berries, blueberries, strawberries, dark chocolate, green. Tea, red grapes. 3. B vitamins. B vitamins, especially B6, B9, folate, and B12, are essential for brain health through their role in homocysteine metabolism and neurotransmitter synthesis. Elevated homocysteine is linked to cognitive decline, while adequate B vitamin levels support memory performance. Smith and Refsum, 2016. Sources: leafy greens, legumes, eggs, dairy, meat, fortified cereals. 4. Complex carbohydrates and glucose. Glucose is the brain's primary energy source. Steady glucose supply from complex carbohydrates supports sustained attention and memory encoding. Diets high in refined sugars have been associated with poorer memory. Francis and Stevenson, 2013. Sources: whole grains, oats, quinoa, sweet potatoes. 5. Choline. Choline is a precursor for acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter critical for memory and learning. Adequate choline intake enhances memory performance and supports brain development. Polly et al., 2011. Sources: eggs, liver, soybeans, cruciferous vegetables. Dietary patterns. Beneficial for memory. Rather than isolated nutrients, overall dietary patterns exert significant influence. Mediterranean diet. emphasizes fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, olive oil, and fish. Associated with slower cognitive decline and reduced risk of Alzheimer's disease, Skarmias et al., 2006. DASH diet. Designed to reduce hypertension, but also linked to cognitive. Benefits. Focuses on fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and low-fat dairy. Morris et al. 2015. Practical tips for brain-boosting nutrition. Incorporate a variety of colourful fruits and vegetables daily. Choose fatty fish at least twice a week for omega-3 intake. Limit processed sugars and refined carbohydrates. Consider supplementation only under medical advice. Nutrition is a powerful modifiable factor that can enhance memory and protect against cognitive decline. Omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, B vitamins, complex carbohydrates, and choline-rich foods support brain function through diverse mechanisms including synaptic plasticity, energy provision, and oxidative protection. Embracing dietary patterns like the Mediterranean diet offers a comprehensive approach to sustaining memory and overall cognitive health. References: Francis H. and Stevenson R. 2013. The Longer-Term Impacts of Western Diet on Human Cognition and the Brain. Appetite 63, 119 to 128. Gómez Pinilla, F. 2008. Brain Foods. The Effects of Nutrients on Brain. Function. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 97568 to 578. Krikorian R. et al. 2010. Blueberry supplementation improves memory in older adults. Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry 58 7 3000 996 to 4000. Morris M.C. et al. 2015. Mind diet slows cognitive decline with Aging, Alzheimer's and Dementia 11-9, 1015 to 1022. Polly C. et al. 2011. The Role of Choline in Neurological Development and Disease. Nutrition Reviews 69 5 319 to 332. Skarmias N. et al. 2006. Mediterranean Diet and Risk for Alzheimer's Disease. Annals of Neurology 59 6 912 to 921. Smith A.D. and Refsum H. 2016. Homocysteine, B vitamins and cognitive impairment. Annual Review of Nutrition 36 211 to 239. Exercise and its impact on memory. Physical exercise is widely recognized not only for its benefits to cardiovascular and overall health, but also for its profound positive effects on brain function, particularly memory. Engaging in regular physical activity enhances neuroplasticity, supports brain health, and improves cognitive processes, including attention, learning, and memory consolidation. This chapter explores the mechanisms by which exercise impacts memory, the types of exercise most beneficial, and the practical implications for cognitive health. How exercise influences memory. Exercise enhances memory through multiple pathways, including increased cerebral blood flow, neurogenesis, growth of new neurons, and modulation of neurotransmitters and neurotrophic factors. Neurogenesis. Aerobic exercise stimulates the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that promotes the growth and survival of neurons in the hippocampus, a critical brain region for memory, Kottman and Berchtold, 2002. Improved vascular health. Exercise increases blood flow and oxygen delivery to the brain, facilitating nutrient supply and waste removal, which supports optimal cognitive function. Querfurth and Leyferler, 2010. Synaptic plasticity. Exercise enhances synaptic plasticity. Of synapses to strengthen or weaken over time, underpinning learning and memory consolidation. Types of exercise. Beneficial for memory. Aerobic exercise. Activities like running, swimming, cycling, and brisk walking have the most robust evidence supporting cognitive benefits. Studies have shown that moderate intensity aerobic exercise improves hippocampal volume and enhances memory performance in both young and older adults. Erickson et al., 2011. Aerobic training increases BDNF levels, which correlates with improved spatial and verbal memory. Kottman and Berchtold, 2002. Resistance training. Strength training also positively impacts memory, especially in older adults, by improving executive function and working memory. Liu Ambrose et al., 2010. Resistance training may enhance insulin sensitivity and reduce inflammation. Factors linked to cognitive decline. High-intensity interval training, HIIT. Emerging research suggests that HIIT, involving short bursts of intense activity followed by rest, can improve memory and brain function, possibly by promoting mitochondrial efficiency and neurotrophic factors. Northey et al., 2018. Exercise and different memory types. Working memory. Exercise improves working memory capacity, enabling better holding and manipulation of information in the short term. Episodic memory. Aerobic exercise has been shown to enhance episodic memory, the ability to recall specific events, partly due to hippocampal neurogenesis. Erickson et al. 2011. Procedural memory. Physical activity may also support skill learning by improving procedural memory, though evidence is still developing. Practical recommendations. Aim for at least 150 minutes of moderate aerobic exercise per week, consistent with guidelines from health organizations. Combine aerobic exercise with resistance training for comprehensive cognitive benefits. Incorporate exercise sessions before or after learning tasks to maximize memory consolidation effects. Consider individualized exercise programs based on age, fitness, level, and health status. Regular physical exercise is a powerful, accessible intervention to boost memory and overall brain health. Through mechanisms such as increased BDNF, enhanced neurogenesis, and improved vascular function, exercise supports various memory systems, including working and episodic memory. Integrating aerobic and resistance training into daily routines offers promising potential for cognitive enhancement across the lifespan. References: Cotman, C.W. and Berchtold, N.C., 2002. Exercise: A Behavioral Intervention to Enhance Brain Health and Plasticity. Trends in Neurosciences, 25, 6, 295 to 301. Erickson, K.E., et al., 2011. Exercise training increases size of hippocampus and improves memory. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 108, 7, 3017 to 3022. Liu Ambrose, T. et al., 2010. Resistance Training and Executive Functions. A 12-month randomized controlled trial. Archives of Internal Medicine, 170, 2, 170 to 178. Northey, J.M. et al., 2018. Exercise Interventions for Cognitive Function in Adults Older than 50. A systematic review with meta-analysis. British Journal of Sports Medicine, 52, 3, 154 to 160. Querfurth, H.W., and Laferla, F.M., 2010. Alzheimer's disease. New. England Journal of Medicine, 362, 4, 329 to 344. Mindfulness and Meditation for a Sharper Mind. In recent years, mindfulness and meditation have gained significant attention as powerful tools for enhancing cognitive function, particularly memory and attention. These ancient practices, rooted in contemplative traditions, have been scientifically validated to improve brain health, reduce stress, and sharpen mental clarity. This chapter explores how mindfulness and meditation influence memory, the underlying neural mechanisms, and practical guidance for incorporating these practices into daily life. What are mindfulness and meditation? Mindfulness refers to a focused, non-judgmental awareness of the present moment, including thoughts, sensations, and emotions. Meditation encompasses a range of practices designed to cultivate mindfulness, concentration, and emotional regulation. Both practices aim to train the mind, enhancing cognitive flexibility and emotional resilience. How mindfulness and meditation enhance memory. Attention regulation. Mindfulness strengthens sustained attention and reduces mind wandering, allowing the brain to encode information more effectively. Jha et al., 2010. Improved attention is crucial for memory formation, as attention determines what information is processed deeply enough to be stored. Stress reduction. Chronic stress impairs memory by disrupting the hippocampus and increasing cortisol levels. Meditation lowers stress hormones and modulates brain regions involved in memory, protecting cognitive function. Hölzel et al., 2011. Neural plasticity and structural changes. Regular meditation is associated with increased grey matter density in the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, areas critical for memory and executive function. Hölzel et al., 2011. These structural changes suggest enhanced neuroplasticity supporting memory consolidation. Scientific evidence supporting memory benefits. A study by Zedon et al., 2010, found that brief mindfulness meditation training improved working memory and cognitive performance compared to control groups. Research also indicates long-term meditators show better episodic memory and verbal fluency, highlighting benefits across different memory types. Gard et al., 2014. Types of meditation for cognitive enhancement. Focused attention meditation involves concentrating on a single object, e.g., breath, mantra. Improves selective attention and working memory. Open monitoring meditation observes thoughts and sensations without attachment, enhances cognitive flexibility, and reduces distraction. Loving kindness meditation cultivates positive emotions and empathy, supports emotional regulation, indirectly benefiting memory by reducing stress. Practical tips for starting mindfulness and meditation. Begin with short sessions, 5 to 10 minutes daily, gradually increasing. Duration. Create a quiet, comfortable environment free from distractions. Use guided meditation apps or videos to support practice. Practice consistently, aiming for at least 4 to 6 weeks to observe. Cognitive benefits. Summary. Mindfulness and meditation are accessible, evidence-based practices that sharpen the mind by improving attention, reducing stress, and promoting brain plasticity. Through regular practice, individuals can enhance various types of memory and protect. Cognitive health. Incorporating mindfulness into daily life offers a sustainable path toward mental clarity and memory resilience. The art of visualization, creating mental images. Visualization, the practice of creating vivid mental images, is a powerful cognitive tool that enhances memory, learning, and problem solving. By actively engaging the mind's eye, visualization helps encode information more deeply, making it easier to retrieve later. This chapter explores the mechanisms behind visualization, its impact on memory, and practical techniques for harnessing mental imagery to boost brain power. What is visualization? Visualization involves deliberately generating detailed, sensory-rich images in the mind without external stimuli. It goes beyond simple imagination by engaging multiple senses, such as sight, sound, touch, and even smell, to create immersive mental experiences. How visualization enhances memory. Dual coding theory. According to Paivio's dual coding theory, 1971, information is stored in two forms, verbal and visual. Visualization strengthens memory by encoding information, both verbally and visually, providing two pathways for retrieval. For example, associating a word with a vivid mental picture makes recall easier than words alone. The role of mental imagery in encoding. Creating mental images activates brain regions involved in perception, such as the occipital lobe, visual cortex, enhancing the encoding process, Koslin et al., 2001. This sensory involvement makes memories richer and more durable. Engagement and emotional connection. Vivid imagery often evokes emotions which enhance memory consolidation through amygdala activation. Cahill and McGaw, 1998. Emotionally charged mental images are more likely to be remembered. Types of visualization techniques. method of Loci, memory palace, a classical mnemonic technique where one visualizes placing items to remember along a familiar spatial path. Strongly engages spatial memory and visual imagination, improving recall of ordered information. Storytelling and association. Linking unrelated items by visualizing them interacting in a narrative. Form. Creates meaningful connections, making abstract or random. Information memorable. Sensory visualization. Involves imagining multiple senses, sounds, textures, smells to create richer memories. Enhances vividness and emotional impact, strengthening memory. Traces. Practical tips for effective visualization. Be vivid and detailed. Use bright colors, dynamic movement, and sensory details. Personalize images. Tailor mental pictures to personal experiences. For stronger emotional engagement. Practice regularly. Like any skill, visualization improves with practice. Combine with other techniques. Use alongside repetition, chunking, or mnemonics for greater effect. Scientific evidence on visualization and memory. Studies using functional MRI show overlapping brain activation. During visualization and actual perception, supporting the theory that mental imagery simulates real sensory experiences. Koslin et al., 2001. Research demonstrates that visualization techniques significantly improve memory performance in students and individuals with memory impairments. Beleza, 1981. Visualization is an art and science that leverages the brain's natural imagery capabilities to enhance memory and learning. By creating vivid, multisensory mental images, individuals encode information more deeply, engage emotional centers, and develop stronger recall pathways. With consistent practice and strategic techniques like the method of Loci, visualization can transform memory from a passive to an active, creative process. References. Bellezza FES, 1981. Mnemonic devices, classification, characteristics, and criteria. Review of educational research, 51, 247 to 275. Cahill, L. and McGaw, J. L. 1998. Mechanisms of emotional arousal and lasting declarative memory. Trends in Neurosciences, 21, 7, 294 to 299. Koslin, S. M., Ganis, G., and Thompson, W. L., 2001. Neural. Foundations of Imagery. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 29, 635 to 642. Paivio, A., 1971. Imagery and Verbal Processes. Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. Mnemonic Devices, Memory Aids and Tricks. Mnemonic devices are cognitive strategies that help improve memory by transforming information into formats that are easier to remember and recall. These tools have been used for centuries across cultures to aid in the retention of complex information. This chapter delves into the science behind mnemonic devices, explores common types, and provides practical examples for enhancing memory. What are mnemonic devices? Mnemonic devices are deliberate techniques that organize, encode, or associate information to enhance its memorability. They capitalize on the brain's strengths, such as pattern recognition, imagery, and association, making raw data more accessible. Why mnemonics work? Encoding and retrieval. Mnemonics create meaningful links or structures around otherwise arbitrary information, facilitating both encoding and retrieval. Dual coding. Many mnemonics engage both verbal and visual systems, aligning with Paivio's dual coding theory, enhancing retention. Paivio, 1971. Chunking and organization. Mnemonics reduce cognitive load by grouping information into manageable chunks. Miller, 1956. Common types of mnemonic devices. 1. Acronyms and acrostics. Acronyms form words from the first letters of items to remember. Example: Homes for the Great Lakes, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, Superior. Acrostics are phrases where each word starts with the first letter of the target items. Example: Every good boy deserves fudge for musical. Notes on the treble clef lines E, G, B, D, F. Second method of loci, memory palace. Visualizing items along a familiar spatial route, associating each item with a specific location. Powerful for ordered or sequential information. Used since ancient times by orators and scholars. Yeats, 1966. 3. Rhymes and songs. Rhythmic and melodic patterns improve recall by adding structure and emotional engagement. Example: The Alphabet Song, or 30 Days Hath September. 4. Chunking. Grouping separate items into meaningful units or chunks. Example: Breaking a phone number into segments 5, 5, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5. Imagery and association. Creating vivid mental images or stories linking items. Example: To remember a grocery list, imagine a vivid scene where each item interacts, e.g., a giant loaf of bread riding a bicycle. Scientific evidence supporting mnemonics. Research consistently shows mnemonic devices enhance recall and learning efficiency. Bellezza, 1921, found that mnemonics significantly improve memory performance across ages and learning contexts. Neuroimaging studies indicate that using mnemonic strategies activates brain areas involved in memory encoding, imagery, and spatial navigation. Kondo et al., 2005. Practical tips for using mnemonics. Choose the mnemonic that best fits the type and amount of information. Use vivid, unusual, or emotionally charged images to increase memorability. Practice recalling information using mnemonics regularly too. Strengthen neural pathways. Combine mnemonics with other memory techniques like spaced. Repetition for maximum effect. Mnemonic devices are versatile, effective memory aids that transform challenging information into memorable forms by leveraging language, imagery, and spatial organization. Their strategic use can dramatically improve memory capacity and retrieval speed, making learning more enjoyable and efficient. References: Bellezza, F.S. 1981. Mnemonic devices, classification, characteristics, and criteria. Review of Educational Research, 51 to 247 to 275. Kondo, H. et al. Sibunds, 2005. Neural correlates of mnemonic strategy use. Neuroimage, 25 to 720 to 727. Miller, G.A., 1956. The magical number 7, plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63 to 81 to 97. Paivio, A., 1971. Imagery and Verbal Processes. Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston Yates, F.A., 1966. The Art of Memory. University of Chicago Press. The Method of Loci Memory Palaces Explained. The method of Loci, also known as the memory palace technique, is one of the oldest and most effective mnemonic strategies known for enhancing memory. By leveraging spatial memory and visualization, this technique transforms abstract or disconnected information into vivid mental journeys through familiar environments. This chapter offers an in-depth exploration of the method, how it works, historical background, and practical steps to build your own memory palace for superior recall. What is the method of Loci? The method of Loci involves mentally placing pieces of information at specific physical locations within a familiar space, typically a building or route, and later walking through that space in the mind to retrieve the information. Each location, or locus, acts as a mental placeholder for an item or concept. Historical background. The technique dates back to ancient Greece and Rome, where orators needed to memorize lengthy speeches. The Roman orator Cicero praised this method as a reliable mnemonic aid. The Greek poet Simonides is often credited with the invention of the method, after reportedly recalling guests at a collapsed banquet hall by visualizing their seating arrangement. Yeats, 1966. Throughout history, memory champions and scholars have used memory palaces to recall vast amounts of data. Why does the method of Loci work? Leveraging spatial memory. Humans have a remarkable ability to remember places and spatial layouts, a cognitive skill that likely evolved for navigation and survival. McGuire et al., 2006. The method of Loci taps into this natural strength, using spatial context as a scaffold for memory. Dual coding and multisensory encoding. By combining verbal information with vivid spatial imagery, the brain encodes data through multiple channels, improving recall. Paivio, 1971. Adding sensory details like colours, sounds, or smells to Loci further enriches encoding. Sequential structure and organization. Memory palaces impose an inherent order, allowing sequential recall of information by mentally traveling through a known path. This structure mitigates cognitive overload by chunking data into manageable spatially organized units. How to create and use a memory palace. Step 1. Choose your palace. Select a familiar place you can visualize clearly: your home, a route to work, a childhood neighborhood, or any well-known building. The more detailed and well-known, the better. Step 2. Identify distinct loci. Break down your palace into specific sequential locations, rooms, furniture, landmarks that you can mentally visit in order. Aim for 10 to 15 loci per palace, depending on the amount of information. Step 3. Encode information as vivid images. Convert each item you want to remember into a striking mental image. The more unusual, emotional, or exaggerated, the more memorable it becomes. Step 4. Place images in Loci. Mentally place each image at a chosen locus in your memory palace. Imagine interacting with the object or environment to deepen the connection. Step 5. Practice retrieval. Mentally walk through your palace, stopping at each locus to recall the associated image and its meaning. Repetition strengthens these pathways. Practical example. Suppose you need to memorize a grocery list: apples, bread, milk, eggs, and coffee. Locus 1. Front door. Visualize a giant apple wedged in the door frame. Locus 2. Hallway table. See a loaf of bread bursting out of the drawer. Locus 3. Living room sofa. Imagine a milk carton spilling all over. The cushions. Locus 4. Kitchen sink. Picture eggs cracking open, releasing little. Chicks. Locus 5. Coffee table. Visualize a steaming coffee cup dancing on. The surface. Later, recalling each locus in order brings back the grocery items easily. Advanced tips for mastery. Multiple palaces. Build several memory palaces for different subjects or categories. Expand and reuse. Add more loci or layers as your visualization skills improve. Combine with other techniques. Integrate rhymes, acronyms, or chunking within loci for complex information. Physical walkthroughs. Physically walking through a place can reinforce the mental image. Scientific evidence and effectiveness. Research confirms the method of Loci's effectiveness across ages and memory tasks. Maguire et al. 2003 used fMRI to show increased activation in brain regions associated with spatial memory, hippocampus and parietal cortex, during memory palace use. Studies with memory athletes consistently demonstrate superior recall using this method. Maguire et al. 2006. The method of loci is a timeless, scientifically supported mnemonic technique that harnesses the brain's spatial navigation abilities to enhance memory. By building detailed mental palaces and populating them with vivid images, individuals can dramatically improve their recall of complex or voluminous information. With practice, anyone can master this powerful tool to transform their memory capabilities. References: Maguire, E.A., Valentine, E.R., Wielding, J.M., and Kapoor, N. 2003. Roots to Remembering. The Brains Behind Superior Memory. Nature Neuroscience, 6-1, 90-95. Maguire, E.A., Woollett, K., and Spears, H.J., 2006. London Taxi Drivers and Bus Drivers. A Structural MRI and Neuropsychological Analysis. Hippocampus, 1612, 1091-1101. Pivio, A., 1971. Imagery and Verbal Processes. Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston Yates, F.A., 1966. The Art of Memory. University of Chicago Press. Chunking information to remember more. Chunking is a fundamental cognitive strategy that enables people to increase the amount of information they can hold and manipulate in working memory. By grouping individual pieces of data into larger, meaningful units or chunks, the brain can bypass some of its natural capacity limits, enhancing both memory retention and recall. This chapter explores the science behind chunking, how it improves memory, and practical ways to apply this technique in everyday learning. What is chunking? Chunking is the process of organizing separate bits of information into a single coherent unit or group. Instead of remembering many individual items, the brain stores fewer, larger chunks, each containing multiple elements. For example, remembering a 10-digit phone number as 3 chunks: area code, prefix, and line number, rather than 10 separate digits. The science behind chunking. Working memory capacity. George A. Miller's seminal 1956 paper, The Magical Number 7, plus or minus 2, highlighted that the average human working memory can hold about 7 plus or minus 2 discrete items at a time. Chunking effectively increases this capacity by combining multiple items into one meaningful unit, thus allowing more information to be processed simultaneously. Miller, 1956. Meaningful grouping enhances encoding. Chunking works best when the grouped information forms a meaningful pattern or association, facilitating deeper encoding and easier retrieval. Gobert and Simon, 1988. For example, grouping digits into familiar dates or area codes taps into existing knowledge, reinforcing memory. Neural correlates of chunking. Research shows that chunking activates prefrontal and parietal brain regions responsible for working memory and executive function. This neural engagement suggests chunking involves active organizational processes rather than passive storage. Bohr et al., 2003. Examples of chunking in daily life. Phone numbers. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, chunk into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Credit card numbers divided into 4 groups of 4 digits. Language learning, learning words in phrases or idioms rather than. Isolated vocabulary. Learning music, memorizing bars or measures as chunks instead of. Individual notes. How to use chunking effectively. Identify natural groupings. Look for logical or meaningful patterns in the information. Numbers, letters, or concepts that relate to each other can be combined into a chunk. Use existing knowledge. Link new information to familiar concepts such as dates, categories, or acronyms to create easier chunks. Limit chunk size. Effective chunks vary in size but often contain 3 to 5 elements. Larger chunks can become too complex to process quickly. Combine chunking with other techniques. Use chunking alongside mnemonic devices, visualization, or the method of Loci to enhance encoding and retrieval. Practical exercises for chunking. Take a list of random letters and group them into pronounceable chunks or acronyms. Memorize a series of numbers by associating each chunk with a meaningful date or event. When learning a speech, divide it into sections or themes, chunking. Sentences that convey similar ideas. Scientific evidence supporting chunking. Bohr et al. 2003 demonstrated through brain imaging that chunking recruits higher-order cognitive areas, reflecting the mental effort of organizing information. Gobert and Simon, 1988, showed that experts use chunking to process complex information more efficiently, explaining how experience improves memory performance. Summary. Chunking is a simple yet powerful memory strategy that allows the brain to overcome its working memory limitations by grouping information into meaningful units. Through effective chunking, learners can significantly improve retention and recall across diverse domains. With deliberate practice and strategic grouping, chunking can transform overwhelming data into manageable, memorable packages. References. Bohr, D. et al. 2003. Encoding strategies dissociate prefrontal activity. From working memory demand. Neuron, 37, 2, 361 to 367. Gobert, J. and Simon, H.A., 1988. The Roles of Classification and Chunking in Memory Search, a replication and extension of Chase and Simon's experiment. Memory and Cognition, 16.3, 277 to 283. Miller, G.A., 1956. The Magical Number 7, plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63, 2, 81 to 97. Using association and linking for recall. Association and linking are fundamental cognitive strategies that improve memory by connecting new information to existing knowledge or by creating meaningful relationships between pieces of data. These techniques leverage the brain's natural tendency to find patterns and relationships, making recall more efficient and robust. This chapter explores the principles behind association and linking, their role in memory, and practical ways to apply them to enhance recall. What are association and linking? Association involves connecting new information to familiar concepts, images, or experiences. For example, associating a person's name with a distinctive feature or a place. Linking refers to creating connections between items in a sequence, or group forming a chain or network that facilitates memory retrieval. Both rely on the principle that linked or associated items are easier to recall than isolated pieces of information. Why do association and linking work? The network model of memory. Cognitive psychology posits that memories are stored in networks of interconnected nodes. When one node is activated, related nodes are also triggered, facilitating retrieval. Anderson, 1983. Association and linking effectively build these connections, enhancing memory access paths. Depth of processing. Associating information deeply by meaning or imagery enhances encoding, making memories more durable. Craik and Lockhart, 1972. Linking items into coherent sequences creates a logical structure that aids both storage and retrieval. Reducing cognitive load. By grouping items through association or linking, cognitive load is reduced, allowing more information to be managed in working memory. Sweller, 1988. Types of association and linking techniques. 1. Semantic association. Connecting new information with related meanings or concepts. Example: to remember apple, associate it with fruit, red, or sweet. 2. Visual association. Linking concepts through mental images. Example: remembering dog by visualizing a playful puppy. Third story. Linking, chain method. Creating a narrative where each item links to the next in a memorable story. Example: to remember a list, imagine a cat chasing a ball that breaks. A vase which spills water onto a plant. 4. Peg system. Using a fixed set of pegs, mental anchors like numbers or letters, and associating items to each peg. Example: number 1 equals bun. So to remember milk, visualize milk. Inside a bun. Practical applications. Learning vocabulary. Link new words to similar sounding or related. Words in your native language. Studying dates. Associate dates with significant historical events or personal milestones. Remembering names. Connect a person's name with a distinct facial feature or occupation. Speech. Preparation. Link main points in a logical sequence to create a smooth narrative flow. Scientific evidence. Anderson's 1983 work on memory networks emphasizes the importance of associations for efficient retrieval. Additionally, research by Bauer, 1970, demonstrated that organizing material into associative structures greatly improves recall compared to unorganized lists. Tips for effective association and linking. Use vivid and unusual images to make associations stand out. Engage multiple senses to deepen the connection. Personalize associations to your experiences or knowledge. Practice recalling linked sequences regularly to strengthen neural pathways. Association and linking are powerful memory techniques rooted in the brain's networked architecture. By creating meaningful connections between new information and existing knowledge, or by chaining items into coherent narratives, these strategies make recall faster, easier, and more reliable. With practice, anyone can enhance their memory by mastering the art of association and linking. References: Anderson, J.R., 1983. A Spreading Activation Theory of Memory. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 22, 3, 261 to 295. Bauer, G.H., 1970. Analysis of a Mnemonic Device. American. Scientist. 58, 5, 496 to 510. Craig, F.I.M., and Lockhart, R.S., 1972. Levels of Processing. A. Framework for Memory Research. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 11/6, 671 to 684. Sweller, J., 1988. Cognitive Load During Problem Solving, Effects on Learning. Cognitive Science, 12/2, 257 to 285. Storytelling as a memory tool. Storytelling is one of the oldest and most powerful methods humans use to transmit knowledge, values, and experiences. Beyond its cultural significance, storytelling also serves as an exceptionally effective memory tool. By weaving information into narrative structures, we engage multiple cognitive processes that enhance encoding, retention, and retrieval. This chapter explores how storytelling functions as a mnemonic device, why it works, and practical techniques to use stories to improve memory. The power of narrative in memory. Stories organize information into coherent sequences with beginnings, middles, and ends. This structure mirrors how the brain naturally processes and stores events over time. The narrative format adds context, emotional engagement, and causality, making memories richer and easier to access. Why storytelling enhances memory. Engagement of multiple brain areas. Listening to or creating stories activates regions responsible for language comprehension, Wernicke's area, visual imagery, occipital cortex, and emotional processing, amygdala. This multisensory and emotional involvement strengthens memory traces. March 2011. Meaningful context and structure. According to the levels of processing theory, Craig and Lockhart, 1972, deeper semantic processing leads to better memory retention. Stories naturally encourage such deep processing by embedding information in meaningful contexts. Emotional connection. Emotionally charged stories trigger the amygdala, which modulates memory consolidation, making information more memorable. McGaw, 2003. Storytelling techniques for memory enhancement. 1. Create vivid, sensory-rich narratives. Include sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and feelings to make the story immersive and memorable. 2. Use familiar story structures. Incorporate classic structures like the hero's journey or problem solution arcs to leverage familiar cognitive frameworks. 3. Personalize the story. Link the story's elements to your own experiences or interests for stronger emotional ties. 4. Incorporate humor or surprise. Unexpected twists or funny elements increase engagement and memorability. 5. Break information into episodic segments. Divide complex data into mini stories or episodes facilitating chunking and recall. Practical applications of storytelling. Learning vocabulary. Make sentences or short stories using new words. Remembering historical facts. Narrate events as stories with characters, motives, and outcomes. Preparing speeches. Structure key points into a coherent narrative. Studying science. Frame processes or systems as cause and effect. Stories. Scientific evidence supporting storytelling. But 2011 highlights that narrative comprehension recruits brain areas involved in mental simulation, boosting memory encoding. McGaw, 2003, established that emotional arousal during storytelling enhances the consolidation of memories, explaining why memorable stories stick with us. Example: storytelling for a shopping list. Instead of recalling a dry list, milk, eggs, bread, apples, imagine a story. On the way home, you find a magical cow, milk, handing you golden eggs. You place the eggs in a basket made of fresh bread. Suddenly, an apple tree grows beside you, dropping apples into your basket. This narrative creates vivid images and connections, aiding recall. Storytelling transforms raw information into meaningful, emotionally engaging narratives, engaging multiple cognitive systems to enhance memory. By harnessing narrative structures and sensory detail, anyone can use storytelling as a versatile and enjoyable mnemonic tool. Practicing this technique can make learning richer and remembering easier. References: Craig, F.I.M., and Lockhart, R.S., 1972. Levels of Processing. A. Framework for Memory Research. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 11.6, 671 to 684. Marr, R.A., 2011. The Neural Basis of Social Cognition and Story Comprehension. Annual Review of Psychology, 62, 103 to 134. McGaw, J.L., 2003. Memory and Emotion, The Making of Lasting. Memories, Columbia University Press. Repetition and spaced practice for long-term memory. Repetition has long been recognized as a fundamental way to learn and remember information. However, the timing and spacing of repetition, known as spaced practice, play a crucial role in transforming short-term memories into durable, long-term ones. This chapter delves into the cognitive science behind repetition and spaced practice, explains why spacing matters, and offers practical strategies for applying these techniques effectively. The role of repetition in memory. Repetition strengthens memory traces by reinforcing neural connections. When information is encountered multiple times, the brain consolidates it more firmly, making it easier to recall later. However, simple massed repetition, cramming information in a short period, often leads to rapid forgetting. What is spaced practice? Spaced practice, or distributed practice, involves spreading out learning sessions over time rather than grouping them together. Instead of repeating information many times in one sitting, spaced practice distributes repetitions at increasing intervals, allowing memory to consolidate and reducing cognitive fatigue. Why spaced practice works. The spacing effect. The spacing effect is a well-documented phenomenon where information repeated over spaced intervals is remembered better than information repeated in immediate succession. Ebbinghaus, 1885/1913. Spacing creates retrieval challenges that engage deeper cognitive processing, strengthening the memory trace. Memory consolidation. Spacing allows time for biological processes, such as synaptic consolidation and systems consolidation, to stabilize memories after initial encoding, Dudai, 2004. This results in more durable, long-lasting memories. Retrieval practice and testing effect. Spaced repetition often involves recalling information multiple times, which itself improves retention, a phenomenon called the testing effect. Roediger and Butler, 2011. Actively retrieving information during spaced intervals enhances memory more than passive review. Practical guidelines for using spaced practice. 1. Plan multiple review sessions. Schedule review sessions days, weeks, or even months apart depending on the complexity of the material. 2. Use increasing intervals. Start with short intervals, e.g., 1 day, and gradually increase the gap, e.g., 3 days, 1 week, 1 month. 3. Incorporate active recall. During reviews, actively test yourself rather than passively rereading notes. 4. Utilize spaced repetition software. Apps like Anki or SuperMemo automate spacing schedules, optimizing review timing based on performance. 5. Avoid cramming. Resist the urge to do massed repetition. Spacing produces better retention even if total study time is the same. Applications across learning domains. Language learning, vocabulary reviewed with spaced intervals. Improves long-term recall. Academic study. Concepts revisited over weeks lead to stronger. Understanding. Skill acquisition. Practice sessions spaced over time. Enhance. Procedural memory. Professional training. Ongoing refreshers maintain workplace. Competencies. Scientific evidence supporting spaced practice. Ebbinghaus's pioneering work, 1885/1913, first demonstrated the benefits of spaced learning. More recently, Cepeda et al., 2006, reviewed decades of research confirming spaced practice consistently outperforms massed study across ages and materials. Roediger and Butler, 2011, emphasized that combining spaced practice with retrieval enhances memory durability further. Repetition is vital for memory, but its effectiveness depends heavily on timing. Spaced practice leverages the spacing effect, retrieval practice, and biological consolidation processes to transform fragile memories into lasting knowledge. By strategically planning repeated review sessions with increasing intervals and active recall, learners can dramatically improve their long-term retention. The Engram, Annual Review of Psychology, 55, 51 to 86. Ebbinghaus, H., 1885/1913. Memory, a contribution to experimental. Psychology, H. Aruga and C. E. Bucenius, trans. New York, Teachers College, Columbia University. Original work published 1885. Roediger, H. L. and Butler, A.C., 2011. The critical role of retrieval. Practice in long-term retention. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 15.1, 20 to 27. Leveraging technology. Apps and tools for memory. In today's digital age, technology offers an unprecedented array of tools designed to enhance and support memory. From smartphone applications to software platforms, these tools utilize principles of cognitive science, such as spaced repetition, gamification, and multisensory learning to make remembering easier, more efficient, and even enjoyable. This chapter explores how technology can be leveraged to boost memory, highlighting popular apps and tools, their benefits, limitations, and best practices for integrating them into your learning routine. Why use technology for memory? Modern technology offers several advantages over traditional memory aids. Personalization. Many apps adapt to your performance, focusing. Practice on weaker areas. Consistency. Automated reminders and scheduled reviews help. Maintain regular practice. Multisensory learning. Audio, visual, and interactive elements. Engage multiple senses, enhancing retention. Data tracking. Progress can be monitored, motivating continued use, and identifying patterns. Accessibility. Tools are available anytime and anywhere. Fitting. Learning into busy schedules. Key types of memory-enhancing tools. 1. Spaced repetition software, SRS. SRS apps use algorithms to schedule reviews at optimal intervals, capitalizing on the spacing effect to improve long-term retention. Examples: Anki, a highly customizable flashcard app that uses spaced repetition to help users memorize vocabulary, facts, and concepts. SuperMemo, one of the earliest SRS programs known for its sophisticated scheduling algorithms. Quizlet offers flashcards and games with spaced repetition. Features in its premium versions. 2. Mind mapping and visualization tools. These apps help organize information visually, making complex ideas easier to remember. Examples: MindMeister allows users to create, share, and collaborate on. Mind maps. Simple Mind, an intuitive app for brainstorming and visual note. Taking 3. Cognitive training games. Designed to improve working memory, attention, and processing speed through interactive exercises. Examples: Lumosity offers a variety of brain games backed by cognitive. Research and Cognifit provides personalized brain training with memory. Specific tasks. 4. Note-taking and organization apps. Organizing information clearly can reduce cognitive load and aid recall. Examples: Evernote combines text, images, and voice notes with tagging. And search. Notion an all-in-one workspace for notes, databases, and project management. Best practices for using technology to boost memory. Combine tools with active recall. Simply reviewing material is less effective than testing yourself. Use apps that encourage active recall, such as flashcards or quizzes. Personalize content. Input your own notes, create your own flashcards, or customize settings to align with your learning style and goals. Maintain regular practice. Set daily or weekly reminders to use the apps, leveraging their scheduling features for consistent spaced practice. Balance technology with offline strategies. Technology is a powerful supplement but should be combined with traditional techniques like storytelling, visualization, and chunking for holistic memory improvement. Limitations and considerations. Over-reliance, relying solely on apps can reduce deeper learning. Active engagement is necessary. Distraction. Risk. Notifications and multitasking can hinder focus. Data privacy. Be mindful of privacy policies and data security. Scientific support for technology-based memory aids. Research validates the effectiveness of spaced repetition software in enhancing memory retention. A meta-analysis by Cornell, 2014, confirmed that adaptive spaced practice improves learning outcomes across subjects. Similarly, cognitive training games have shown moderate benefits for working memory, though results vary by individual and training type. Melby-Levog and Hume, 2013. Technology offers versatile and effective tools to support memory through personalization, engaging interfaces, and scientifically backed techniques like spaced repetition and active recall. By thoughtfully integrating apps and software into your learning process, while remaining mindful of their limitations, you can harness digital tools to significantly improve your memory and overall cognitive performance. References. Cornell, N. 2014. Spacing and Interleaving of Study and Practice. In J. Loci and S. K. Tauber, eds. The Oxford Handbook of Metamemory, pages 95 to 118. Oxford University Press. Melby-Levog, M. and Hume, C. 2013. Is working memory training effective? A meta-analytic review. Developmental Psychology 49 to 270 to 291. Overcoming memory blocks and forgetfulness. Forgetfulness and memory blocks can be frustrating obstacles in daily life, learning, and work. Whether it's struggling to recall a name, forgetting where you placed your keys, or experiencing a mental blank during exams or presentations, these moments are common, but not inevitable. Understanding the causes behind memory lapses and employing strategies to overcome them can significantly improve memory reliability and reduce anxiety related to forgetfulness. Understanding memory blocks and forgetfulness. Memory blocks occur when you know that you know something, but retrieval fails temporarily, often called the tip of the tongue phenomenon. Forgetfulness may also stem from incomplete encoding, interference from other memories, or stress-related disruptions. Common causes of memory blocks and forgetfulness. Stress and anxiety. High stress releases cortisol, which impairs the hippocampus, a brain region critical for memory retrieval. Lupien et al. 2007. Inadequate encoding. Without proper attention or meaningful engagement, memories are weakly encoded and hard to retrieve. Interference. Similar memories can compete, causing confusion or blocking. Wickstead, 2004. Fatigue and sleep deprivation. Poor sleep disrupts consolidation, increasing forgetfulness. Distraction and multitasking. Divided attention reduces encoding. Quality. Ofer et al. 2009. Strategies to overcome memory blocks. 1. Relaxation techniques. Stress reduction through deep breathing, mindfulness, or meditation helps lower cortisol levels and improves retrieval. Zaidan et al. 2010. Pausing to breathe deeply when stuck can clear mental fog. 2. Context. Reinstatement. Recreating the context in which you first learned the information, such as the physical environment or emotional state, can aid recall by triggering associated cues. Godden and Baddeley, 1975. 3. Use of retrieval cues. Associating facts with sensory cues, images, or related concepts creates additional pathways to access the memory. 4. Chunking and organization. Organizing information into manageable groups or categories reduces retrieval difficulty and interference. 5. Active recall practice. Regularly testing yourself strengthens neural connections and reduces retrieval failures. 6. Avoiding multitasking. Focusing on one task at a time improves encoding and reduces forgetting. Coping with tip-of-the-tongue moments. When words or names elude you, relax and avoid frustration. Anxiety worsens retrieval blocks. Think of related sounds or meanings. This primes the memory. Network shift focus briefly. Sometimes moving attention away helps. Unlock the memory. When to seek professional help. Frequent, severe memory problems interfering with daily life may indicate underlying neurological issues, such as mild cognitive impairment or early dementia. Consulting a healthcare professional for assessment is advised. Scientific insights. Research shows stress impairs retrieval, but that mindfulness can restore cognitive flexibility. Zaidan et al. 2010. Context-dependent memory effects highlight the power of environmental and emotional cues in recall. Godden and Baddeley, 1975. The tip-of-the-tongue phenomenon is a normal retrieval failure that usually resolves with cueing or time. Brown, 1991. Summary. Memory blocks and forgetfulness are common but manageable. By reducing stress, enhancing retrieval cues, organizing information, and practicing active recall, you can overcome many lapses. Understanding the underlying causes helps foster patience and effective strategies, transforming frustration into mastery over your memory. References. Brown, R. 1991. Tip-of-the-tongue states and related phenomena. In E. Tulving and F. I. M. Crike eds. The Oxford Handbook of Memory, pages 349 to 362, Oxford University Press. Godden, D.R. and Baddeley, A.D. 1975. Context-dependent memory in two natural environments, on land and underwater. British Journal of Psychology, 66, 3, 325 to 331. Lupian, S.J., Mayhew, F. 2, M. Fiocco, A. and Schramek, T.E., 2007. The effects of stress and stress hormones on human cognition. Implications for the field of brain and cognition. Brain and Cognition, 65, 3, 209 to 237. Ophir, E., Nass, C., and Wagner, A. D., 2009. Cognitive Control in Media Multitaskers. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 106, 37, 1558, 3 to 15587. Wickstead, J.T., 2004. The Psychology and Neuroscience of Forgetting. Annual Review of Psychology, 55, 235 to 269. Zeiden, F. Johnson, S.K., Diamond, B.J., David, Z., and Gulkasian, P. 2010. Mindfulness meditation improves cognition. Evidence of brief mental training. Consciousness and Cognition, 19.2, 500, 97 to 605. Training your working memory. Working memory is a critical cognitive system that temporarily holds and manipulates information necessary for complex tasks, such as reasoning, learning, and comprehension. Unlike long-term memory, which stores information indefinitely, working memory operates in real time, managing limited amounts of data. Because of its central role in cognition, training working memory has attracted significant attention as a pathway to enhance overall mental performance. This chapter explores what working memory is, why it matters, methods to train it effectively, and scientific evidence supporting working memory training. Understanding working memory. Working memory acts as a mental workspace where information is actively processed and used. For example, when solving a math problem, holding numbers in mind while performing operations relies heavily on working memory. Baddeley's model, 2003, describes working memory as comprising multiple components: phonological loop, stores verbal and auditory information, visuospatial sketchpad, manages visual and spatial data, central executive, controls attention, coordinates subsystems, and manages cognitive tasks. The capacity of working memory is limited, typically holding about 4 plus or minus 1 items simultaneously. Cowan, 2010, making its efficient use vital for learning and problem solving. Importance of working memory training. Improving working memory can lead to benefits in academic achievement. Strong working memory predicts better. Performance in reading, math, and comprehension. Attention control enhances the ability to focus and resist. Distractions. Problem solving and reasoning facilitates complex thought. Processes. Everyday functioning supports planning, decision-making, and multitasking. Methods for training working memory. 1. Computerized cognitive training programs. Several programs offer structured working memory exercises with increasing difficulty. Examples: OCogMed, a widely studied platform with exercises targeting attention and working memory. Lumosity offers games designed to challenge working. memory alongside other cognitive domains. O-Brain HQ provides adaptive exercises focusing on memory, attention, and processing speed. 2. Strategy-based approaches. Chunking, grouping information into meaningful units to ease. Cognitive load. Visualization, creating mental images to represent information. Rehearsal, repeating information mentally or aloud to keep it active. Association, linking new information to existing knowledge. 3. Mindfulness and attention training. Mindfulness meditation has been shown to improve attention regulation, indirectly benefiting work and memory by reducing cognitive interference. Jha et al., 2010. 4. Physical exercise. Aerobic exercise supports brain health, enhancing prefrontal cortex function related to working memory. Hillman et al., 2008. Designing an effective training routine. Frequency. Consistent practice, e.g. 20 to 30 minutes, 3 to 5 times per week over several weeks. Adaptivity. Tasks should progressively increase in difficulty as skill. Improves. Variety. Use a mix of exercises to engage different working memory. Components. Real-world application. Practice skills in daily tasks such as mental, math, or following complex instructions. Scientific evidence and controversies. Studies demonstrate that working memory training can improve performance on trained tasks and closely related cognitive functions. Klingberg, 2010. However, evidence for far transfer improvements in unrelated skills like general intelligence remains mixed. Melby-Lervog and Hume, 2013. Some skepticism exists regarding long-term benefits, highlighting the need for ongoing practice and combining training with broader cognitive strategies. Working memory is a vital cognitive resource influencing learning and decision-making. Training through computerized programs, strategic techniques, mindfulness, and physical activity can enhance working memory capacity and function. While improvements are clear in practice tasks, maximizing benefits requires integrating training with real-world cognitive challenges and consistent effort. References. Baddeley A., 2003. Working Memory. Looking Back and Looking. Forward. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 410, 829 to 839. Cowan, N., 2010. The Magical Mystery. 4. How is working memory? Capacity limited and why? Current Directions in Psychological Science, 19.1, 51 to 57. Hillman, C.H., Erickson, K.I., and Kramer, A.F., 2008. Be smart. Exercise your heart. Exercise effects on brain and cognition. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 9.1, 58 to 65. Jha, A.P., Krompinger, J., and Baime, M.J., 2010. Mindfulness training modifies subsystems of attention. Cognitive, affective, and behavioral neuroscience, 7.2, 109 to 119. Klingberg, T., 2010. Training and plasticity of working memory. Trends. In cognitive sciences, 14.7, 317 to 324. Melby-Lervog, M., and Hume, C., 2013. Is working memory training effective? A meta-analytic review. Developmental Psychology, 49, 270 to 291. Memory and emotional connections. Memory is not just a cold, mechanical process of storing facts. It is deeply intertwined with our emotions. Emotional experiences tend to be remembered more vividly and lastingly than neutral ones. This powerful link between memory and emotion affects how we encode, store, and retrieve information, influencing everything from everyday recollections to traumatic memories. Understanding this relationship helps us harness emotions to improve memory, while also managing emotional memories that may cause distress. The emotional brain and memory. The brain structures involved in memory are closely connected to those that process emotions. The amygdala, an almond-shaped cluster of neurons, plays a pivotal role in attaching emotional significance to events. When an experience is emotionally charged, the amygdala modulates activity in the hippocampus, responsible for memory formation, enhancing the encoding and consolidation of memories. Magor, 2004. How emotions enhance memory. 1. Increased attention and arousal. Emotionally salient events capture our attention more effectively, leading to deeper processing and stronger memory encoding. Kensinger and Corkin, 2004. For example, a shocking or joyful event activates the brain's arousal systems, which increases the likelihood that the memory will be stored robustly. 2. Enhanced consolidation. Neurochemical changes triggered by emotional arousal, e.g., release of adrenaline and cortisol, enhance the consolidation phase of memory, making emotional memories more durable over time. Rusendahl and Magor, 2011. 3. Selective memory. While emotion strengthens certain aspects of a memory, like the central details, it can also narrow attention, causing peripheral details to be forgotten, a phenomenon known as the weapon focus effect in eyewitness testimony, Christensen, 1992. Emotional memory. Benefits and challenges. Benefits. Survival. Emotionally enhanced memories help us remember dangerous or rewarding situations, guiding future behavior. Learning. Emotional connections can motivate deeper engagement and better retention of information. Social bonds. Emotional memories strengthen relationships by encoding meaningful shared experiences. Challenges. Trauma and TSD, intense emotional memories, especially negative. Ones can lead to intrusive recollections and distress. Bias. Emotional valence can bias recall, sometimes distorting. Factual accuracy. Using emotional connections to improve memory. 1. Create emotional context. Link new information with positive emotions or meaningful personal experiences to enhance encoding. 2. Storytelling. Narratives naturally engage emotions, making facts more memorable by embedding them within emotional arcs. 3. Visualization with emotional content. Imagining vivid scenes with emotional significance can strengthen memory traces. 4. Mindfulness and emotional regulation. Managing emotions effectively can prevent stress from impairing memory while allowing positive emotions to enhance learning. Research insights. Kensinger and Schachter, 2008, found that emotional memories activate brain regions beyond the hippocampus, including the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, supporting stronger and sometimes more vivid recollections. McGaw, 2004, emphasized that emotional arousal triggers neurochemical cascades that promote memory consolidation, making emotional events stick more than neutral ones. Summary. The interplay between memory and emotion is a powerful force shaping how we remember our lives. Emotions serve as a double-edged sword, enhancing retention of meaningful experiences while sometimes distorting or intensifying memories. By understanding this dynamic, we can deliberately use emotional connections to improve learning and memory, while also developing strategies to cope with challenging emotional memories. References. Christiansen, S.A. 1992, Emotional Stress and Eyewitness Memory. A Critical Review. Psychological Bulletin 112 to 284-309. Kensinger, E.A., and Corkin, S. 2004. Two Routes to Emotional Memory. Distinct Neural Processes for Valence and Arousal. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 101, 9, 3000, 310-3315. Kensinger, E.A., and Schachter, D.L., 2008. Memory and Emotion. In M. Lewis, J. M. Haviland-Jones, and L. Feldman Barrett, eds. Handbook of Emotions, 3rd edition pages, 601-617. Guilford Press. McGaw, J. L., 2004. The amygdala modulates the consolidation of memories of emotionally arousing experiences. Annual Review of Neuroscience 27, 1-28. Roosendahl B. and McGaw, J. L. 2011. Memory Modulation. Behavioral Neuroscience 125, 6, 797-824. Strategies for remembering names and faces. Remembering names and faces is a common challenge with significant social importance. Forgetting someone's name during introductions or failing to recall a familiar face can lead to awkward situations and missed opportunities for connection. Fortunately, memory for names and faces can be improved through specific strategies that enhance encoding, association, and retrieval. This chapter explores why remembering names and faces is difficult, the cognitive processes involved, and practical techniques backed by research to boost this essential social memory. Why are names and faces difficult to remember? Names are arbitrary labels with little inherent meaning, unlike other personal information that might be tied to emotions or stories. Faces, while processed holistically, require linking with verbal labels for name recall, which demands coordination across brain regions, Bruce and Young, 1986. The challenge arises because names have low semantic content. They don't usually relate to other knowledge, making them harder to anchor in memory. Divided attention. Social situations often involve multiple stimuli, causing shallow encoding, interference. Similar sounding names or faces can cause confusion and retrieval errors. Working memory limitations. Holding and processing a new name. While engaging socially, taxes working memory capacity. Cognitive processes in name and face memory. Encoding. The first step involves attending to the face and name, noticing distinctive features and phonetic details. Association. Linking the name to facial features or creating a mental image. Storage. Consolidating the association in long-term memory. Retrieval. Accessing the correct name when seeing the face again. Effective strategies for remembering names and faces. 1. Focused attention and active listening. Give full attention when introduced, repeating the name mentally or aloud to reinforce encoding. 2. Use visualization techniques. Create vivid mental images linking the person's name to a unique facial feature or an associated object. For example, imagining Mark with a mark or tattoo on his forehead. 3. Employ mnemonic devices. Use rhymes, alliteration, or wordplay to connect the name to something memorable. Sally sells seashells helps remember Sally. 4. Repeat and use the name. In conversation, use the person's name multiple times shortly after meeting to strengthen the association. 5. Link to personal associations. Connect the name to someone you know or a famous person with the same name, or relate it to a meaningful concept. 6. Observe distinctive facial features. Focus on unusual features like eye color, hairstyle, or glasses to create stronger visual anchors. 7. Chunk social groups. When meeting multiple people, group names and faces into smaller sets and learn each group separately. Practice exercises. When introduced, immediately repeat the person's name. Visualize a distinctive facial feature paired with the name. Create a mental story involving the name. Review names shortly after meeting and again later for spaced. Repetition. Scientific insights. Researchers shows that combining visual and verbal codes improves name-face memory. Ellis et al. 1979. The method of Loci or memory palace technique can be adapted by mentally placing new acquaintances in familiar spatial locations to aid recall. Yates, 1966. Studies also highlight that retrieval practice and spaced repetition boost name retention. Karpika and Rodaiger, 2008. Remembering names and faces is a skill that can be cultivated with intentional focus, visualization, association, and repetition. By applying these evidence-based strategies, you can enhance your social memory, making interactions smoother and more rewarding. References: Bruce, V. and Young, A. 1986. Understanding Face Recognition. British. Journal of Psychology, 77, 300, 5 to 327. Ellis, H. D., Jones, D., and Musdell, N. 1979. Intra and intermodality. Cues in face recognition. Perception, 8-1, 125 to 132. Karpika, J. D., and Rediger, H. L., 2008. The critical importance of retrieval for learning. Science, 319, 5865, 966 to 968. Yates, F. A., 1966. The Art of Memory, University of Chicago Press. Memorizing numbers and data efficiently. Numbers and data are fundamental to many fields, whether it's phone numbers, passwords, statistics, or financial figures, but they often pose unique challenges to memory. Unlike meaningful words or images, numbers are abstract, arbitrary, and lack inherent associations, making them harder to encode and recall. However, with the right techniques, memorizing numbers and data can become efficient, reliable, and even enjoyable. This chapter explores cognitive challenges in remembering numbers, proven strategies to improve number memory, and practical applications to everyday life and work. Why are numbers difficult to remember? Numbers are inherently abstract symbols without direct sensory or semantic meaning, which makes them less engaging for the brain's associative memory systems. Baddeley, 1992. Additionally, limited working memory capacity. Humans typically can hold about 7 plus or minus 2 items in working memory, but this limit applies more strictly to meaningless sequences such as random numbers. Miller, 1956. Lack of context. Numbers rarely evoke imagery or emotions, reducing the chance of deep encoding. Interference. Similar digit sequences can cause confusion or mix-ups during recall. Cognitive principles behind number memory. Efficient number memorization relies on transforming abstract digits into meaningful, manageable units. Two key principles are chunking. Grouping digits into smaller clusters reduces cognitive load, e.g., phone numbers are chunked into segments. Encoding with meaning. Associating numbers with words, images, or stories makes them easier to remember. Paivio, 1971. Effective strategies for memorizing numbers and data. 1. Chunking numbers. Breaking long sequences into smaller groups, e.g. 3 to 4 digits, aligns with working memory limits and facilitates easier recall. Example, instead of 1, 4, 9 to 2, 1, 7, 7, 6, 1, 8, 1, 2, chunk as 1, 4, 9, 2, 1, 7, 7, 6, 1, 8, 1, 2. 2. The major system, phonetic number system. A mnemonic technique that converts digits into consonant sounds, then into words by adding vowels, creating vivid mental images. For example, the number 32 can be encoded as moon, 3 equals m, 2 equals dot. N. This method leverages the brain's strength in remembering words and images rather than raw digits. 3. The Mnemonic system. A variant where numbers are turned into people and actions to create memorable stories, often used by memory champions. 4th method of Loci, memory palace. Placing number-encoded images or chunks in a familiar mental spatial route improves retention and retrieval. 5. Visualization and storytelling. Transform numbers into a narrative using images and actions to link digits into a memorable sequence. 6. Repetition and spaced retrieval. Regularly testing. Recall over spaced intervals solidifies memory traces and combats forgetting. Practical applications. Phone numbers and pins. Use chunking or associate digits with. Familiar dates or words. Passwords. Convert numbers into words using mnemonic systems. For easier recall. Statistics and data. Create stories or visual maps to remember key. Figures. Learning mathematical constants. Use mnemonic phrases or images for digits of pi or e. Research and evidence. Badley, 1992, highlighted the importance of working memory components in numerical tasks, emphasizing chunking for efficient memory use. Paivio's dual coding theory, 1971, suggests that encoding numbers as verbal and visual codes enhances memory. Memory champion techniques, such as the major system and method of Loci, have demonstrated dramatic improvements in digit recall, highlighting the power of meaningful encoding. 4. 2011. Memorizing numbers and data efficiently depends on transforming abstract digits into meaningful, manageable chunks and vivid images. By employing systems like chunking, the major system, and the method of Loci combined with repetition, you can vastly improve your numerical memory for everyday and professional needs. References. Badley, A.D., 1992. Working Memory. Science, 255, 5044, 556-559. 4. J. 2011. Moonwalking with Einstein. The Art and Science of Remembering Everything. Penguin Press. Miller, G.A., 1956. The Magical Number 7, plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63, 2, 81 to 97. Paivio, A, 1971. Imagery and Verbal Processes. Holt, Reinhardt and Winston. Improving Academic Memory. Study Tips that Work. Academic success depends heavily on the ability to absorb, retain, and recall large volumes of information efficiently. While raw intelligence plays a role, employing effective memory strategies can dramatically improve learning outcomes. This chapter delves into evidence-based study tips specifically designed to enhance academic memory, covering techniques for encoding, consolidation, and retrieval of knowledge. By adopting these methods, students can optimize study time and boost retention. Understanding academic memory challenges. Academic material often involves complex, dense information that requires not just memorization, but understanding. Challenges include overload. The sheer volume of facts and concepts can overwhelm. Working memory. Lack of meaningful connections. Many academic facts are presented abstractly without relatable context. Procrastination and passive review. Relying on rereading or last. Minute cramming is ineffective for long-term retention. Proven strategies to enhance academic memory. 1. Active learning and deep processing. Engage actively with material by summarizing, questioning, and explaining concepts in your own words. Why it works. Deeper cognitive processing forms richer memory. Tracers, Craik, and Lockhart, 1972. 2. Spaced repetition. Distribute study sessions over time instead of massed practice. Why it works. Spacing improves consolidation and counters. Forgetting. Cepeda et al. 2006. 3. Retrieval practice. Testing effect. Regularly self-test to practice recalling information without looking at notes. Why it works. Retrieval strengthens memory pathways more than. Passive review. Rodiger and Karpika, 2006. 4. Use of mnemonics and memory aids. Employ mnemonic devices such as acronyms, rhymes, or visualization to encode complex information. Example: PEMDAS for order of operations, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. 5. Chunking and organizing information. Break material into smaller, meaningful units or hierarchies. Why it works. Organized knowledge reduces cognitive load and improves retrieval. Miller, 1956. 6. Teaching others. Explain material to a peer or imagine teaching it. Why it works. Teaching requires active recall and clarifies. Understanding, enhancing memory. Fiorella and Mayer, 2013. 7. Manage cognitive load and environment. Study in distraction-free settings and avoid multitasking to maximize focus. Incorporating healthy habits to support academic memory. Sleep. Adequate rest consolidates memories and improves attention. Walker and Stickgold, 2006. Nutrition. Balanced diet. Fuels brain function. Exercise. Physical activity enhances cognitive performance. Hillman et al. 2008. Mindfulness. Reduces stress and improves focus. Practical study tips. Start early and plan multiple review sessions. Use flashcards with active recall. Mix subjects and topics to encourage flexible learning. Interleaving. Take breaks to avoid mental fatigue. Pomodoro technique. Create mind maps to visualize connections. Use apps and digital tools designed for spaced repetition, e.g. Anki. Research insights. Cepeda et al. 2006 demonstrated that spaced repetition improves long-term retention across multiple domains. Rodiger and Karpika, 2006, found that retrieval practice dramatically boosts exam performance compared to rereading. Craik and Lockhart's 1972 Levels of Processing Framework emphasizes that semantic, meaningful engagement with material leads to better memory than shallow rehearsal. Summary. Improving academic memory requires deliberate, active study strategies rather than passive or last-minute approaches. Techniques, such as spaced repetition, retrieval practice, deep processing, and effective organization, significantly enhance learning efficiency and long-term retention. Coupled with healthy lifestyle habits, these strategies empower students to excel academically. References: Cepeda, N.J., Pashler, H., Vull, E., Wickstead, J. T. and Rora D. 2006. Distributed practice in verbal recall tasks, a review and quantitative synthesis. Psychological Bulletin 132, 354 to 380. Craik, F.I. and Lockhart, R.S. 1972. Levels of processing. A. Framework for Memory Research. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behaviour, 11/6, 671 to 684. Fiorella, L. and Mayer, R. E. 2013. The Relative Benefits of Learning by Teaching and Teaching Expectancy. Contemporary Educational Psychology, 38, 4, 281 to 288. Hillman, C.H., Erickson, K.I., and Kramer, A.F., 2008. Be smart. Exercise your heart. Exercise effects on brain and cognition. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 9-1, 58 to 65. Miller, G.A., 1956. The Magical Number 7 plus or minus 2. Some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63, 2, 81 to 97. Roediger, H.L., and Carpicker, J.D., 2006. Test-enhanced learning, taking memory tests improves long-term retention. Psychological Science, 17.3, 249 to 255. Walker, M.P. and Stick Gold, R. 2006. Sleep, Memory and Plasticity. Annual Review of Psychology, 57, 139 to 166. Memory in the Workplace. Boosting Productivity. In today's fast-paced and information-heavy work environments, the ability to remember critical details, procedures, deadlines, and interpersonal information is vital for productivity and success. Memory lapses can lead to costly mistakes, missed opportunities, and increased stress. This chapter explores how memory functions in the workplace, common challenges professionals face, and evidence-based strategies to enhance memory and consequently boost workplace productivity. The role of memory in workplace performance. Workplace memory demands are multifaceted, encompassing task-related memory, remembering steps in complex procedures, technical data, or client information. Prospective memory, remembering to perform planned actions at the right time, for example, meetings, follow-ups. Social memory, recalling colleagues' names, roles, and personal. Details to foster effective communication. Effective memory supports decision-making, problem-solving, learning new skills, and maintaining professional relationships, all crucial for productivity and career growth. Common memory challenges at work. Information overload. The sheer volume of emails, meetings, and data can overwhelm cognitive capacity. Multitasking. Switching between tasks disrupts attention and impairs encoding, stress and fatigue, chronic stress and lack of sleep negatively, impact working memory and recall, distractions, open office environments and digital interruptions, fragment focus. Strategies to enhance workplace memory and productivity. 1. Prioritize attention and minimize distractions. Focusing attention is the foundation of effective memory. Techniques include scheduling focused work blocks with minimal interruptions, using Do Not Disturb modes on devices, organizing workspace to reduce clutter. 2. Use external memory aids. Digital and physical tools such as calendars, task managers, notes, and reminders offload cognitive load, allowing memory to focus on more complex tasks. Kirsch, 2000. Examples: calendar apps with alerts, to-do lists, digital note-taking. 3. Chunking and organizing information. Breaking down information into manageable parts and grouping related tasks or data enhances recall and reduces cognitive burden. 4. Apply spaced review and retrieval practice. Regularly revisiting important work-related information through self-quizzing or summarizing helps consolidate memory. 5. Leverage visual aids and mind maps. Creating diagrams or flowcharts of processes and projects helps encode and retrieve complex information visually. 6. Build emotional connections. Relating tasks or information to personal goals or emotions can strengthen memory and motivation. 7. Develop routines and habits. Consistent workflows reduce the need to memorize every detail and create automaticity, supporting cognitive health for better memory. Sleep. Prioritize quality rest to support memory consolidation. Exercise. Regular physical activity enhances brain function. Nutrition. Balanced diet supports cognitive performance. Stress management. Mindfulness and breaks reduce mental fatigue. Scientific insights. Research shows that multitasking significantly impairs working memory and task performance. Ophir, Nass, and Wagner, 2009. External aids improve productivity by freeing up working memory. Kirsch, 2000. Spaced repetition and retrieval practice, often discussed in academic contexts, are equally effective in professional settings for learning and retaining new information. Karpiker and Blunt, 2011. Additionally, emotional engagement enhances memory encoding and retention in workplace learning. Ting et Alamos, 2017. Memory is a cornerstone of workplace productivity, influencing how effectively individuals manage tasks, learn new skills, and collaborate. By prioritizing focused attention, utilizing external memory supports, organizing information efficiently, and maintaining cognitive health, professionals can substantially boost their memory and overall productivity. Applying these evidence-based strategies turns memory from a bottleneck into a powerful asset in the workplace. References: Karpiker, J.D. and Blunt, J.R., 2011. Retrieval practice produces more learning than elaborative studying with concept mapping. Science, 331, 6018, 772 to 775. Kirsch, D. 2000. Distributed cognition. A methodological note. Pragmatics and cognition, 8.2, 347 to 352. Ophir, E., Nass, C., and Wagner, A.D. 2009. Cognitive Control in Media Multitaskers. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 106-37, 1558, 3 to 15587. Ting, CM, Amin, HU, Saad, MNM, and Malik, AS, 2017. The Influences of Emotion on Learning and Memory. Frontiers in Psychology, 81454. The Role of Creativity in Memory Enhancement. Memory and creativity are often viewed as separate cognitive faculties. Memory as the storage and retrieval of information, creativity as the generation of novel ideas. However, research shows these processes are deeply intertwined. Creativity not only enriches how memories are encoded and organized, but also facilitates flexible retrieval and problem solving. This chapter explores how creativity enhances memory, the cognitive mechanisms involved, and practical ways to harness creativity for improved memory performance. Creativity and memory. A cognitive partnership. Creativity involves divergent thinking, the ability to generate multiple novel solutions or associations, and convergent thinking, which refines these ideas into useful outcomes. Guilford, 1967. Memory, in turn, is more than rote recall. It is reconstructive and associative. Creative processes influence how memories are formed, connected, and accessed, making them more meaningful and easier to retrieve. How creativity enhances memory. 1. Richer encoding through imaginative elaboration. Creative elaboration encourages the generation of vivid mental images, analogies, and stories that link new information to existing knowledge. Example: instead of memorizing a list of terms, creating a bizarre, funny story, connecting them enhances encoding and recall. Bauer, Clark, Lesgold, and Winsons, 1969. 2. Flexible organization of information. Creative thinking helps organize information in novel ways, such as mind maps or conceptual metaphors, aiding the structuring and retrieval of complex material. 3. Increased engagement and motivation. Engaging creatively with material stimulates interest and emotional connections, which promotes stronger memory consolidation. Ting et al., 2017. 4. Facilitation of transfer and application. Creativity fosters flexible thinking, allowing stored memories to be recombined or adapted for new contexts, which strengthens long-term retention. Cognitive mechanisms, linking creativity and memory. Associative networks. Creativity leverages the brain's associative networks, connecting disparate concepts to form meaningful links that improve memory. Mnemonic, 1962. Hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. Both regions are involved in memory encoding and creative thinking, supporting imagination, mental simulation, and retrieval. Beatty et al., 2016. Default Mode Network, DMN. This brain network activates during internally focused tasks such as imagination, reflection, and memory retrieval, highlighting the overlap between creative cognition and memory processes. Andrews Hannah, 2012. Practical techniques to use creativity for memory enhancement. 1. Storytelling and narrative construction. Turn information into stories, embedding facts within plots or characters to create emotional and logical coherence. 2. Visualization and artistic expression. Draw diagrams, doodle concepts, or create mind maps to represent ideas visually. 3. Analogies and metaphors. Generate creative analogies that link new material to familiar concepts. 4. Imaginative mnemonics. Invent imaginative, often exaggerated or humorous mental images to encode abstract or complex data. 5. Creative problem solving. Approach study or recall as a creative challenge, experimenting with different associations and perspectives. Research and evidence. Bauer et al. 1969 demonstrated that creating narratives improves memory for unrelated word lists. Mednick's 1962 associative theory of creativity underlines how remote associations enhance both creative thinking and memory integration. Neuroimaging studies reveal overlapping brain networks for memory and creative thought, particularly involving the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. Beatty et al. 2016. Additionally, emotional engagement via creative elaboration boosts memory consolidation. Ting et al. 2017. Summary. Creativity is a powerful ally in memory enhancement, transforming passive information into vivid, meaningful, and flexible knowledge. By harnessing imaginative elaboration, storytelling, visualization, and analogical thinking, learners can deepen encoding, strengthen retrieval pathways, and apply memory more adaptively. Embracing creativity not only makes memory more efficient, but also more enjoyable. References. Andrews Hanna, J.R., 2012. The brain's default network and its adaptive role in internal mentation. The Neuroscientist, 18.3, 251 to 270. Bauer, G.H., Clark, M.C., Lesgold, A.M., and Winzens, D., 1969. Hierarchical retrieval schemes in recall of categorized word lists. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 8.3, 323 to 343. Beatty, R. E., Benedek, M. Kaufman, S. B. and Sylvia, P.J., 2016. Default and Executive Network Coupling Supports Creative Idea Production. Scientific Reports, 5, 10,964. Guilford, J.P., 1967. The Nature of Human Intelligence. McGraw-Hill. Mednick, S.A., 1962. The Associative Basis of the Creative Process. Psychological Review, 69, 3, 220 to 232. Ting, C.M., Amin, H.U., Saad, M.N.M., and Malik, A.S., 2017. V. Influences of Emotion on Learning and Memory. Frontiers in Psychology, 8, 1, 454. Memory Exercises and Brain Games. As cognitive demands increase in daily life, maintaining and enhancing memory becomes vital. Engaging in targeted memory exercises and brain games offers a practical and enjoyable way to strengthen memory functions. This chapter explores various types of exercises designed to improve different aspects of memory, examines their effectiveness, and provides guidance on incorporating these activities into everyday routines for long-lasting cognitive benefits. Why memory exercises matter. Memory is not a fixed capacity. It can be improved and maintained through regular mental workouts. Like physical exercise strengthens muscles, cognitive exercises challenge neural networks involved in attention, encoding, storage, and retrieval, promoting neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize and form new connections. Karbach and Verhagen, 2014. Types of memory exercises and brain games. 1. Working memory training. Working memory involves temporarily holding and manipulating information. Exercises include N-back tasks. Participants monitor a sequence of stimuli and identify when the current stimulus matches one presented and steps earlier. Dual task exercises, simultaneously performing two tasks to improve cognitive control. Studies indicate working memory training can enhance attention and executive functions. Melby-Lavog and Hume, 2013, though transfer to everyday tasks varies. 2. Recall and recognition drills. Word lists. Memorize and recall lists of unrelated words or numbers. Paired associate learning. Learn pairs of unrelated items, e.g., word-word, word-image, and recall them. 3. Visual spatial memory games. Pattern recall. Memorize and reproduce sequences of shapes or colors. Memory card matching. Flip over cards to find matching pairs. 4. Association and mnemonic challenges. Practice creating vivid mental images linking disparate concepts. Use mnemonic devices, acronyms, rhymes, Loci method. 5. Speed and attention games, timed puzzles, reaction time tasks, and focus-intensive challenges improve processing speed and sustained attention, which support memory. Popular brain training platforms. Lumosity offers games targeting memory, attention, flexibility, and problem solving. Cognifit provides personalized brain training programs. Peak focuses on cognitive skills including memory and mental. Agility. While many apps claim cognitive benefits, it is important to choose those with scientific backing and use them regularly as part of a balanced cognitive routine. Simons et al., 2016. Scientific evidence and limitations. Meta-analyses indicate that cognitive training improves performance on trained tasks and similar exercises, but evidence for far transfer improvements in unrelated real-life tasks is mixed. Karbach and Verhagen, 2014, Simons et al., 2016. Nevertheless, benefits in working memory, processing speed, and attention are well documented, contributing indirectly to better memory in daily activities. Physical exercise, social interaction, and lifelong learning complement brain games for holistic cognitive health. Practical tips for effective memory exercise. Consistency. Practice regularly, daily, or several times a week. Variety. Mix different types of exercises to engage multiple memory. Systems. Challenge. Gradually increase difficulty to stimulate adaptation. Real-world application. Apply memory skills in everyday contexts such as remembering shopping lists or directions. Combine with healthy habits. Ensure adequate sleep, nutrition, and physical activity. Summary. Memory exercises and brain games provide accessible tools for enhancing cognitive function through neuroplasticity and mental stimulation. Although improvements are strongest in trained tasks, these activities support attention, processing speed, and working memory, creating a foundation for better overall memory. When combined with a healthy lifestyle and meaningful learning, memory exercises can help maintain cognitive vitality across the lifespan. References: Karbach, J. and Verhagen, P. 2014. Making Working Memory Work. A meta-analysis of executive control and working memory training in older adults. Psychological Science, 2511, 2027 to 2037. Melby-Lervog, M. and Hume, C. 2013. Is working memory training effective? A meta-analytic review. Developmental Psychology, 49, 270 to 291. Simons, D.J., Bout, W.R., Charnes, N., Gathercole, S.E., Shibri, C.F. Hambrick, D.Z. and Steinmorrow, E.A. 2016. Do brain training programs work? Psychological Science in the Public Interest, 17.3, 103 to 186. Memory and Aging. How to Stay Sharp. Aging is a natural process accompanied by changes in various bodily systems, including the brain and memory. While some decline in cognitive abilities is common with age, it is not inevitable that memory deteriorates drastically. Many older adults maintain sharp memory skills well into late life through lifestyle choices, mental strategies, and healthy habits. This chapter explores how aging affects memory, differentiates normal age-related changes from pathological decline, and provides practical, research-backed strategies to support cognitive vitality and memory throughout the lifespan. Understanding memory changes with age. Normal age-related memory changes. As people age, some aspects of memory commonly show mild decline, particularly processing speed. Slower mental processing affects rapid encoding and retrieval. Working memory, reduced capacity to hold and manipulate. Information temporarily. Episodic memory, difficulty recalling specific events or details. Prospective memory, challenges, remembering to perform intended. Actions, McDaniel and Einstein, 2007. However, semantic memory, general knowledge and vocabulary, and procedural memory, skills and habits, typically remain stable or improve. Pathological memory decline. Memory loss beyond normal aging, especially impacting daily functioning, may signal conditions like mild cognitive impairment, MCI, or Alzheimer's disease, AD. Early detection and medical consultation are critical in these cases. Factors influencing memory aging. Genetics. Family history can influence susceptibility to cognitive decline. Health conditions. Cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and depression can impair cognition. Lifestyle. Physical activity, diet, social engagement, and mental. Stimulation strongly affect brain health. Education and cognitive reserve. Lifelong learning builds resilience. Against decline. Strategies to stay sharp. Evidence-based approaches. 1. Physical exercise. Aerobic exercise increases blood flow to the brain, promotes neurogenesis, and improves memory performance in older adults. Erickson et al., 2011. 2. Cognitive training. Engaging in mentally stimulating activities such as puzzles, learning new skills, or formal brain training programs can enhance specific memory functions. Reinders, Van Hooften, and Van Boxtel, 2013. 3. Social engagement. Maintaining social connections reduces risk of cognitive decline and depression, both of which affect memory. Fratiglione, Payar-Borg, and Wimblad, 2004. 4. Nutrition. Diets rich in antioxidants, omega-3 fatty acids, and vitamins support brain health. The Mediterranean diet is linked with slower cognitive decline. Skarmeas et al., 2009. 5. Sleep quality. Good sleep is essential for memory consolidation. Older adults should prioritize sleep hygiene to mitigate memory problems. 6. Stress management and mindfulness. Chronic stress harms hippocampal function, critical for memory. Mindfulness and relaxation techniques improve cognitive function. Jha, Stanley, Kioniger, Wong, and Gelfand, 2010. Practical memory tips for older adults. Use external aids, calendars, reminders. Break information into chunks. Create associations or stories for recall. Practice spaced retrieval. Maintain routines to reduce cognitive load. Scientific insights. Erickson et al., 2011, showed that aerobic exercise increased hippocampal volume, a brain area vital for memory in older adults. Meta-analyses support cognitive training's role in improving memory and executive functions. Reinders et al., 2013. Social engagement correlates with reduced dementia risk. Fratiglione et al., 2004, while dietary patterns like the Mediterranean diet provide neuroprotective effects. Skarmeas et al., 2009. While some memory changes with age are natural, they need not define your cognitive health. Through physical activity, mental engagement, social interaction, proper nutrition, and healthy lifestyle habits, older adults can maintain and even enhance memory function. Early recognition of abnormal memory decline and proactive measures empower aging individuals to stay sharp and mentally vibrant. References: Erickson, K.I., Voss, M.W., Prakash, R.S., Basak, C., Szabo, Chaddock, L., and Kramer, A.F., 2011. Exercise training increases size of hippocampus and improves memory. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 108, 7, 3017 to 3022. Fratiglione, L. Payar-Borg, S. and Wimblad, B. 2004. An active and socially integrated lifestyle in late life might protect against dementia. The Lancet Neurology, 36, 343 to 353. Jha, A.P., Stanley, E.A., Kioniger, A., Wong, L., and Gelfand, L., 2010. Examining the protective effects of mindfulness training on working memory capacity and affective experience. Emotion, 10-1, 54 to 64. McDaniel, M.A., and Einstein, G.O., 2007. Prospective memory, an overview and synthesis of an emerging field. Sage Publications. Reinders, J., Van Hoogten, C., and Van Boxtel, M., 2013. Cognitive. Interventions in healthy older adults and people with mild cognitive. impairment. A systematic review. Aging Research Reviews 12-1, 263 to 275. Skarmias, N. Luxinger, J. A. Stern, Y. Gu, Y. He, J. and DeCarli, C. Raymond. 2009. Mediterranean Diet and Magnetic Resonance Imaging assessed cerebrovascular disease. Annals of Neurology, 65, 4, 521 to 531. When to seek help. Understanding memory disorders. Memory lapses are a common experience and often part of normal life, especially with aging or stress. However, when memory difficulties become frequent, severe, or interfere significantly with daily functioning, they may signal underlying memory disorders requiring professional evaluation and intervention. This chapter explains the distinctions between normal forgetfulness and pathological memory problems, highlights common memory disorders, outlines warning signs, and guides readers on when and how to seek medical help. Normal memory lapses versus memory disorders. Normal forgetfulness. Everyday forgetfulness, such as misplacing keys or forgetting names temporarily, is common and typically benign. It often results from distraction, fatigue, stress, or multitasking. These minor lapses usually do not impair daily life or independent functioning. Pathological memory impairment. Memory problems are considered pathological when they are persistent and worsening over time, interfere with work, social relationships, or self-care, involve confusion, disorientation, or difficulty learning new information, are accompanied by other cognitive, behavioral, or physical. Symptoms. Common memory disorders. 1. Mild cognitive impairment, MCI. MCI is a condition characterized by noticeable memory or cognitive decline greater than expected for age, but without significant impact on daily activities. Peterson, 2004. It can be a precursor to dementia, especially Alzheimer's disease. 2. Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia, involving progressive memory loss, language difficulties, impaired judgment, and personality changes. Alzheimer's Association 2023. Other types include vascular dementia, Lewy body dementia, and frontotemporal dementia. 3. Reversible causes of memory problems. Some memory impairments arise from treatable conditions such as vitamin deficiencies, e.g. B12, thyroid disorders, depression or anxiety, medication side effects, sleep apnea, substance abuse. Warning signs that warrant professional evaluation. The Alzheimer's Association outlines 10 warning signs of Alzheimer's, many applicable to other memory disorders. 1. Memory loss disrupting daily life. 2. Difficulty planning or solving problems. 3. Challenges completing familiar tasks. 4. Confusion about time or place. 5. Trouble understanding visual images or spatial relationships. 6. New problems with words in speaking or writing. 7. Misplacing things and losing the ability to retrace steps. 8. Decreased or poor judgment. 9. Withdrawal from work or social activities. 10. Changes in mood and personality. If you or a loved one exhibits several of these symptoms, especially worsening over months, a healthcare provider should be consulted. The diagnostic process. Memory disorder evaluation typically involves detailed medical and cognitive history, neuropsychological testing to assess various cognitive domains, physical and neurological examinations, laboratory tests to rule out reversible causes, brain imaging, MRI, CT or PET scans to detect structural or functional abnormalities. Benefits of early diagnosis. Early detection allows appropriate medical management, planning for future care and legal matters, access to support services, implementation of lifestyle changes that may slow progression. What to expect from treatment. While some memory disorders, like Alzheimer's, currently have no cure, treatments can improve symptoms and quality of life. Reversible causes, when identified, can often be effectively treated. Cognitive rehabilitation, medications, lifestyle interventions, and counseling form part of comprehensive care. When and how to seek help. Consult a primary care physician if memory problems are persistent, worsening, or impacting daily function. Seek specialists such as neurologists, geriatricians, or neuropsychologists for comprehensive evaluation. Encourage open communication about symptoms with family, members or caregivers. Summary. Not all memory lapses signify disease, but recognizing when forgetfulness crosses into problematic territory is critical. Understanding common memory disorders, their warning signs, and the importance of timely evaluation empowers individuals to seek help early, improving outcomes and support. References: Alzheimer's Association, 2023. 2023 Alzheimer's Disease Facts and Figures. Alzheimer's and Dementia, 1904, 1598 to 1693. Peterson, R.C., 2004. Mild cognitive impairment as a diagnostic. Entity: Journal of Internal Medicine, 256, 3, 183 to 194. Gauthier, S. Reisberg, B. Zaudig, M. Peterson, R. C. Ritchie, K. Broich, K. and Cummings, J. L. 2006. Mild cognitive impairment. The Lancet, 367, 9518, 1262 to 1270. Creating a personalized memory improvement plan. Improving memory is not a one-size-fits-all endeavor. Every individual has unique cognitive strengths, lifestyle factors, goals, and challenges. A personalized memory improvement plan considers these variables to create a sustainable, effective routine for optimizing brain function. This chapter guides you through building your own customized strategy, grounded in cognitive science and practical self-awareness. Why personalization matters. While general memory-boosting strategies like sleep, exercise and mindfulness are beneficial for most people, individual differences in learning style, schedule, health status, and environment can influence how effective a strategy is. Tailoring your approach enhances motivation, consistency, and long-term success. Jaggi et al., 2010. Step 1. Assess your current memory function. Before improving memory, it's essential to understand where you stand. Self-assessment. Questions. Do you frequently forget names, appointments, or where you put things? Do you have trouble focusing for extended periods? Are memory issues affecting your work, relationships, or confidence? Are there specific types of memory, e.g., verbal, visual, episodic, where you struggle? Journaling memory lapses for a week can help identify patterns. Tip: use memory screening tools like the Everyday Memory Questionnaire or consult with a professional if you suspect significant issues. Step 2. Define your goals. Setting clear, realistic goals will guide your focus. Some examples. Remember more details from work meetings. Improve recall of people's names at social events. Retain academic material more effectively. Write your goals down and revisit them weekly. Step 3. Choose strategies that align with your needs. Below are memory-boosting strategies categorized by cognitive domains and lifestyle factors. A. Cognitive techniques. Chunking. Break complex information into manageable units. Mnemonic devices. Use acronyms, rhymes, or image associations. Spaced repetition. Review material at increasing intervals, e.g., Anki. Method of Loci. Visualize information in familiar spatial contexts. Choose strategies based on what you find easiest to use and most effective during practice. B. Lifestyle habits. Sleep. Prioritize 7 to 9 hours per night for memory consolidation. Physical activity. Aim for 150 minutes per week of moderate exercise. Erickson et al., 2011. Nutrition. Incorporate brain-friendly foods like leafy greens, berries, nuts, and omega-3s. Mindfulness and stress reduction. Practice meditation, yoga, or breath work. See digital and environmental tools. Use memory apps like Elevate, Cognifit, or Habitica to reinforce learning. Set up reminders, checklists, or visual cues in your workspace or home. Keep a memory journal or log for progress tracking. Step 4. Build your daily memory routine. Create a simple, sustainable routine. A sample plan. Time. Activity. Morning. 10-minute brain warm-up, crosswords, app game. Midday. Mindful breathing plus spaced review of new info. Evening. Light exercise plus journaling plus tech-free wind down. Tip: start with small, consistent changes and build gradually. Step 5. Monitor and adjust. Evaluate your progress weekly. Are your memory goals being met? Which strategies feel natural and effective? What barriers, time, stress, fatigue are interfering? Adjust as needed. If certain methods aren't working, try others. Personalization means evolving with your experience. Creating a personalized memory improvement plan involves assessing your current memory status, defining goals, selecting tailored techniques, building a daily routine, and making continuous adjustments. With consistent practice and mindful engagement, you can significantly improve your memory performance and cognitive confidence. References: Erickson, K.I. et al., 2011. Exercise training increases size of hippocampus and improves memory. PNAS 108-7, 3017 to 3022. Jeggi, S.M., Bushquail, M., Janides, J., and Perig, W.J., 2010. Improving Fluid Intelligence with Training on Working Memory. PNAS 105-19, 6829 to 6833. Bauer, G.H., 1970. Analysis of a Mnemonic Device. Modern. Psychology uncovers the powerful components of an ancient system for improving memory. American Scientist, 58, 5, 496 to 510.